All right, guys, welcome to another Tank Talk. This time we're talking Siege of Orgrimmar. Definitely the first time we've tried to do this podcast. This is definitely not a retake. Uh, Today we have Riani and Midori. Super excited to have both of them. Midori from Newman got the world first in MoP Classic for Siege of Orgrimmar, and Riani got the world second for Siege of Orgrimmar. My guild is still working on it. We'll get a little bit more into that later, but super excited to have these two on to talk to. Riani, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, doing good. We've just been out doing a little bit of celebration for the Swedish National Day. So obviously we're feeling very patriotic now. But what better way to spend our evening than here with Subtle and Midori talking WoW.
Love it. And Midori, grats on the world first. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good and happy to be here to show the strength of, the Guardian Druid.
Of
Oh,
course. Yeah.
nice.
I
Yeah.
mean, we haven't had a representative for the bear, I think, all expansion on these. So this is pretty exciting. We're treading new ground.
I'm really excited to get into the bear or lack of bear discussion later on, but we'll save that for later.
Yeah.
All right. So let's just get into our general race experiences. Talk about the first couple days here of Siege of Orgrimmar. How day one went for you guys. Midori, you want to start us off? Just tell us how PTR was, how the race went, anything that went well, anything that went wrong, stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, starting off PTR, I was really surprised at after TOT at how overall little bugs there were in the raid. Compared to TOT, it felt like I was only really worried about three things, and that was Garrosh intermission fix, which I think the way they did it was really, really good. Because they even improved the visuals, which a lot of people
Yeah.
were struggling with in the second intermission to see, which big plus to them for doing. Malkorok, which still it does have a bug for tanks, which was there since day one, but I mean at least the fight is working. Kinda made me a bit scared of how it was gonna be. And Siegecrafter crashing was I always thought kind of like, yeah, I feel like it's just something that is happening on the PTR client. It probably won't happen on uh, when it's live, but obviously they fixed it before going live. And I mean, I can say from our perspective, like compared to Throne of Thunder, this raid was a lot like more difficult bosses compared to TOT. The only like boss we really had to cook up a lot in on TOT was Leishan because of all of the bugs that that boss had and that he went live with, needing to figure out a completely new strat to play on it and so forth. In this race, I feel like the amount of gear checks in the raid made it really hard, like DPS checks and so on, and survive checks. But we definitely played better than I thought that we would. Going over like the race on the first day, I thought we would average maybe around a 2:30 to 3 hour run, but we definitely did it a lot faster than I expected us to because people
Wow.
played really clean.
Yeah, I think what was it, 2 hours 17? Is that right?
Yes, yeah, something like that. Like people might think that we had like really a lot of runs on PTR, like full runs. If I remember correctly, we did one while some bosses were still bugged, so we still had like some crashes on Blackfuse and Malkorok still being like in a brutal state where sometimes your tank just had to die to drop his stacks. because you couldn't really taunt it.
Yeah.
And that was why it was a bit scary going into the run. And I thought we would definitely be slower than what we were, but a lot of people just clutched up. And we only had that one Thok wipe.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. I
ahead.
was actually surprised as well at how quick it went. Obviously, Newman is quite secretive with how much information they share, and I think the most information I got out of anyone from Newman the entire PTR session was one comment that you made in my Twitch stream. But based on just vibes, I was kind of estimating a 2:30 to 3 hour clear for you guys as well. But when we were on, I think we were on Blackfuse, something like that, and we saw that achievement pop up, we're like, holy, they really performed well today.
Yeah, I really think that like the way we played on the run, we didn't really have anything on PTR that we did comparable to. Because of our kind of strat that we played on Garrosh, it makes Malice not 100% of the time, because if you get it on the wrong person and he's a tiny bit clueless on what's going on, he can just kind of instantly wipe. And we did not practice a lot for getting that second Iron Star, which was really lucky that we had everyone alive.
Really, you killed you? So on PTR, you were killing it so that you didn't have to worry about the second ad spawning?
Yeah, and this is
Gamers.
something I noticed. Like the DPS we had during PTR and so on were like really high, and I noticed a lot of people weren't really that close. For example, in on Garrosh Phase 3, we only played one whirling all the time, and we kind of set up a wipe condition for ourselves that if we did get the next whirling, we would kind of like almost used to instantly wipe. So we had really high DPS in like this set of PTR compared to like in TOT, where we didn't really have some crazy DPS on any of the bosses, but on this PTR, it was really crazy how fast we killed some of the bosses.
So I've always found that on PTR we typically do like 5 to 10% less damage than we actually do on live, just because like add-ons aren't working, janky stuff like that. Do you, at your level, do you kind of find the same thing, or do you guys basically do the same damage between like PTR and live?
Yes, this happened to us during the race now, where our tank cooldown timings and such were so off on Paragons that I called for us to stop damage for a couple of seconds so that we would have the Scorpion and our defensive cooldowns ready going into like one of the ones that we needed to burst down. So our damage is definitely higher on live. It's just also kind of, since it's EU, everyone plays with about 150 to 200 ping as well.
True.
So that's also something that affects it a lot.
Yeah, we definitely noticed the same thing. I made several comments on the Garrosh, like, holy, our damage is a lot higher than what I was expecting, and made a lot of the like kind of tight pushes. I feel like in phase 3 on Garrosh be kind of irrelevant. And then it will just get easier and easier with reclears because of the gear levels.
Yep.
One thing worth mentioning too is we had like 3 extra coins than we thought we would. At least I think everybody did. So we got to, go into the raid with more potential to earn gold, than we otherwise would have. I actually got pretty lucky on my bonus rolls, but
I did not pick up my coins until just before the race, so I got shafted there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it was you had to get your first 3 coins like before the server reset, and then your next 3 after. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think most people in our guild had the 6 going in, but
I think NA got 6
Yeah.
for free basically, and then EU you had to have the specific timing down.
oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think most people got it in the guild, but I didn't. I was just fixing UI the day before and fixing cloaks on my paladin and my druid. So
Gotcha.
that day I didn't even have lesser chance to turn it in on that day.
Okay. I got like 1,000,000 of the lesser charms just killing the frogs for the cloak. I feel like I got like 200 maybe just doing the frogs.
Yeah, you get a lot from frogs. I just opened chest to get the 5,000 coins though.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was a possibility. You just run around the isle and loot chests? That's what you do?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
a lot of chests that gives like 300.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just did the frog farm with everybody and then didn't know what they did, didn't know about their debuff, so I died immediately to frogs when I got 10 stacks and
I tried to
Yeah.
solo some frogs
I was
too.
like, what the hell? What the hell just happened?
Yeah. I got, as I got to 8 stacks, something like that, I started seeing some comments roll in on Twitch like, oh, he doesn't know about the stacks, and then I died. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always fun when you do something wrong and then you look over at Twitch chat and there were like 1,000,000 people that told you ahead of time and you just weren't reading chat. And yeah, I definitely fell victim to that. Riani, how was your race experience?
It was good. It was good. We were very public with everything that we did on the PTR. It was us and FFS that streamed everything. And so pretty much what we did on PTR was, what we got. So we spent a lot of time just making sure that we could kill Paragons and Garrosh. So that was by far where we spent the most time. A lot of people had never seen the trash until the race.
Same.
It was like it was kind of just follow the calls type of thing. Honestly, I feel like in a run like this where you're not having to push time, just totally like not focusing on early bosses or focusing on trash or anything of that makes so much sense. Because ultimately the big time gates are going to be the harder bosses.
Yeah.
And so we did kill Klaxxi on the PTR. That was on PTR 2. So it was a long time between Klaxxi pulls of killing it and then killing it again on live. So we were kind of on pace the entire time to be number 3 in the run. We were always kind of a little bit behind FFS and going like up and down between 3 and 4 with Uh-Oh. Then Uh-Oh, they kind of ran into a little Uh-Oh with spoils, and we kind of pulled ahead pretty far there. But then we had our own little Uh-Oh on Klaxxi. Wasn't really that bad. But we did take a few more pulls that we wanted to. So heading into Garrosh, we were about an hour behind FFS. But Garrosh was so fresh in our mind. We'd killed it. We'd done so many pulls on PTR right before, right before they closed it. We killed it on PTR. We had the phase 4 down. I think we had 3 pulls. We were pretty close on our first pull too, to just go in and one-shot it. But we got on the third pull and ended up getting the world second about, was it like 5 minutes, something like that, before FFS. So while we killed it, they were on their pull where they killed it.
Damn, that's close.
So yeah, so it was a close one. But yeah, they play well. Like I don't think they actually killed either Klaxxi or Garrosh on the PTR. So being able to lock in and do that on race day was impressive. But yeah, I'm very glad with our placement. Of course, does feel slightly more hollow when there are a few people competing, but it still feels good, of course.
Yeah, for sure. Did you guys have issues just with I guess like general MoP lack of interest? Like, people not really wanting to PTR, people just kind of, one foot out the door kind of thing? Or were people pretty engaged for you guys?
Yeah, so I mean, the week before PTR came up, I obviously had a situation like that where my guild stepbrothers that I've been in since Cataclysm disbanded because of a lack of interest in the game, and I think people would have wanted to play Siege of Orgrimmar, PTR, and all that if it had just the PTR come up a little bit sooner.
Yeah, if it didn't take 7 months for Siege to come out.
Exactly. Yeah, it took way too long. But in this new guild, I don't really necessarily know how much or little interest people had in the game, but they did much more PTR than I've done like ever in Step Brothers, and they seemed very very gung ho, and they have are gonna have 2 runs going every week. So at least in this guild, there is enough people that are interested. I think they have a pretty big roster too, so that definitely helps. And we've been able to soak up some of the people that have been leaving other guilds as well that have been disbanding. So
Nice.
XS was Alliance before this race. So I think having that like core Alliance membership come over and then be able to soak up additional members helped in the recruitment for sure.
What about Newman, Midori? Are people still pretty interested in MoP? Gonna keep playing or kind of fizzling out, or how's it going?
I am not sure how it's looking for like future weeks and so on, but during PTR, I mean, we kind of did get saved by having a much bigger rosters. Like we did have times where we were 23, 24 manning a couple hours, but we were like in total like 30, 31, 32 people that probably like swapped in and out all the time between like different sessions. So there definitely was like a bit more than it was for TOT, where people were kind of not wanting to play as much, but mainly our like core people were still like actively playing every session though, so that was like the more important part.
Gotcha.
How would you say your like the amount of time that you spend on the PTR vary from previous PTRs? Because I would imagine that with the with the vacancy of progress, that perhaps the amount of time spent would go down slightly. But I still did see Moist making comments about bosses at like 11 or 12 around noon. I'm like, oh damn, they're raiding early, so it still seems like they put in a lot of time.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't that much different in terms of hours. It was more, there were some days for sure, like where we cut 1 or 2 hours, but not too much. It was more about the like extra time that they added, where we really cut down on
Right.
playing. I think we only really did. I can't remember if we did 1 or 2 sessions, like 3-hour sessions during the extended PTR. I was only in on one, if I remember correctly, at least.
Yeah, the indefinite PTR definitely interesting. Feels bad.
It's a bit hard to say. Like, Throne was definitely more playing because of the more having progress there as well, and there being that the extension of PTR as well. Then it was like playing as much as we could, pretty much. This one it was a bit more chill, but we did get a bit baited because our first week wasn't like that good. We did get baited by the Enigel, the that they stopped streaming and just didn't couldn't like see what the average guild was kind of gonna be, because we do know that they also raided a lot, but not sure exactly how their PTR was. So that was kind of one of the factors that added like we might not remove an hour here or remove an hour there.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised about that as well. Because they were streaming the first session. I think they were streaming midway through the second session as well. Then they stopped.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was talking to at least one of the AO members, and they were saying, yeah, we weren't streaming because Newman aren't streaming either. So I was like, oh, damn. I mean, I guess they're locking in then, huh? If that's the kind of competition that we're going for, because we were never feeling like, okay, yeah, we're gonna compete with Newman. We were like, all right, we're in the race to world second. That's the real race. But yeah, that made me think as well that they were locking in really hard. And that was the reason why I thought when we got to Garrosh, when we killed Garrosh, I thought that we got world third, because people kept mentioning FFS, but I just assumed that I already killed it then. But that did not turn out to be the case.
Yeah, I think they killed yesterday, right? Last night.
Yep, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. So my experience was not super great. We had a lot of trouble with PTR, like just fielding people. So we were like, even the days we did go, we were getting started, 30 minutes late, an hour late, an hour and a half late, stuff like that. There were days, we didn't have enough people to do it, so we just didn't. We basically progged through Nazgrim on with TOT gear. That was it. Or killed Nazgrim through Nazgrim with TOT gear. And then we did prog on later bosses too, but didn't kill anything after Nazgrim on PTR. But day one, we killed a bunch of new bosses we hadn't killed before in TOT gear. Malkorok, Spoils, Thok, Siegecrafter. And then last night worked on Paragons. We had only really progged to like Hisek essentially on PTR, so we still had quite a ways to go on that one.
Oh yeah, wow.
But we spent all night last night on it. We got to a point where we were like multiple times we got down to like 2 bosses left. But just too much like bleed out up to that point, couldn't quite close it out. But pretty close to a kill, I think. And we spent quite a bit of time on Garrosh too on PTR. So even though we didn't kill him, I feel like we're not that many pulls from like a Garrosh kill. But there's just kind of a general lack of interest in MoP in the guild, it seems. So last night they made the call that we were done raiding, but then later this morning they were like, actually we are raiding to do that. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know if anybody's gonna show up tonight, but apparently we're maybe gonna try. But otherwise I'm just gonna find some guild to prog with, finish, the raid.
Oh wait, like you're like calling it quits, the guild?
I'm not calling it quiz, but yeah, apparently
Oh.
apparently nobody else in the guild wants to raid anymore. So
Damn.
yeah. So kind of a bummer, especially with like, you know, I mean we didn't have a great PTR, but you know, put some time into it and it sucks. Like it's
Yeah.
weird to me to like put the amount of effort we put in, and then just like not finish the raid. I don't know. That's weird to me. But
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, but I'll I mean if this doesn't work out, I'll find some other guild that's still progging on it because I mean I definitely don't want to like go somewhere that already killed it. Like that's not gonna be interesting to me
Yeah.
at all. I wanna like kill Paragons and kill Garrosh with a guild that hasn't killed it before. That's my goal. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. They're trying to get something going tonight, but I mean Saturday night after you already told everybody like the guild's done. I doubt it happens, but we'll see.
Gonna be rough, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is unfortunate because I do think that the current like raids of like MoP is really fun to kill at least the first time, and it really feels good to do as well. Like on PTR, like our first Klaxxi and our first Garrosh felt really like good to kill like the first time, and it feels rewarding on a lot of these fights to actually be playing good, which is something that on a lot of previous tiers you could just be playing like very suboptimal and still it would be fine. But I mean, it's just a bit what happens when bosses start requiring a bit more like focus or like being a bit not having a singular person be screwing up things for you and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've had as like rewarding of a moment in classic so far as downing either Klaxxi or Garrosh on the PTR. Both were really like high points, like good moments that haven't really had in classic before.
Yeah, I like both of the fights. I think they're both fun. I don't know. Apparently I'm in the minority though. I constantly hear people say like how much they hate Siege and everything, but I'm like, damn. I actually like playing MoP and I like playing Prow Warrior, so it sucks, but
yeah, I think this is something that we'll maybe get into a little bit later, but I think that the raid is too hard for a healthy player base to be maintained. A player base that has been playing classic the entire time, expecting to clear heroic very early. I think it's those two things are, you know, making the difficulty that we have right now, you know, a little bit too high, at least until we get more gear, because gear is crazy in this raid.
Yeah, I mean, this gear makes probably a bigger difference than any other tier we've had. I mean, I think it's literally like almost double the damage you do. And
yeah,
like
we
the
got three what is the AOC trinkets, the the rogue trinkets, and the one trinket is 70k DPS. Like, holy,
pretty good.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a very, very hard raid, and you know there's a reason we've only seen 5 kills, and it's not only that guilds have, you know, called it quits, but that it is genuinely hard. And a guild like We Go would have smashed it out of the park, you know, week 1 in any previous tier, and now, you know, day 2, still 2 bosses to go, and you know, now potentially calling it quits as well. I think it's a testament to the difficulty differences from previous tiers.
Yeah, it's also just a big raid. I mean, 14 bosses, just massive raid. So it just takes time to get through.
Yeah.
And the like some of the PTR issues too, like especially PTR 1 where it was like crit error like go into the character screen, crit air, trying to change zones. Lost a lot of time to that kind of stuff. But
Yeah, I will say that obviously the UI stuff is never great. We had the first kind of taste of that on the third PTR in TOT, and now we kind of got it back for the first session in Siege of Orgrimmar. That stuff is never great, but like Midori said, from just a boss perspective, I was very happy with the state that Siege was in from the get-go, and pretty hopeful. Of course, it took a lot of time before everything got fixed, but we definitely have a much better product this time around than we did in TOT, and I honestly still do. I think there are less bugs in Siege of Orgrimmar than there are in TOT, which is saying something because it's week 1 of SOO.
yeah, Lei Shen bug still there. Trivializes like the hardest fight in the raid.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't talk about Durumu either.
Yeah, I feel like we didn't run into the Durumu one for like the last few months though. Did you guys still see that?
You might not even know that it's bugged sometimes because like the drain life mechanic, I've never seen it in my life.
Oh yeah,
it just doesn't exist.
And the beam, they turned off the beam damage too. That was so funny.
Yeah, the beam
they
doesn't
like
do any damage
because they couldn't fix like the animation versus where the damage was happening, and so they're just like, we'll just make it not do damage anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is one of the probably buggiest bosses I have ever played, and they just decided to make mechanics not work on it to fix it.
Yeah.
And it was something that made me worried about Norushen when like Siege PTR was gonna open, because he has a beam that goes around him, right? So that was something that was like my number one of being like scared of this is gonna be bricked, and going there and it working on first PTR just like made me be so much more like excited or whatever for it working. And I mean it ended up launching in an okay state, I think, so that's a good thing.
I love how that's the first thing with the beam. My first thing with the beam was just going inside of it and wondering if it gave vengeance or not. But
Oh yeah.
but it's a good after now that I think about it, like yeah, that's a pretty good indicator that things are working at least a little bit better.
Yeah, you mentioned Malkorok a little bit earlier. I think that's the only one that maybe still has a bug that it can. Well, maybe Paragons too, with the rapid fire, like just pooling underneath the boss sometimes.
Yeah.
There are a few bugs on Siegecrafter, for example. The blades doesn't actually do any damage to the ads.
Okay, I'm not going crazy that because everybody kept telling me they're like, "Oh no, you gotta drag the shredder into the blade." And I'm like, this doesn't seem like it does anything. Like I'm not even gonna bother.
It doesn't because of the bug.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was really weird because this was working on the PTR. Because I remember seeing the debuff on the shredder and it doing damage during PTR. So I think it was something they messed up now, like while they were fixing like the crashes, like how kind of how they screwed up the charging on the Klaxxi guy when they were doing it as well.
That makes sense because the crash bug was completely like Sawblade related. So yeah, surely they changed something with Sawblade that also made it like not do the ad thing.
Yeah. Speaking of the teleporting, the charge teleporting bug, though, that's something that is not specific to Klaxxi. That is just something that is, something that is quite odd with the game right now. Where you'll see it in a lot of cases. If you've been out killing the Celestial World boss, for example, the Ox, what is it called again? Nizao. Like he will just kind of stand in one place and then suddenly he's on the other side of the room and then he will stand in one place and you're trying to attack him but you're out of range and like what's happening right now? We had a similar case to that on Galakras where we were getting ready to shoot him down and he was just standing in one place and I'm like
okay, yeah, we had an issue on Galakras too. Like each of our gunners said they saw him in like a different spot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I was telling my other gunner, I'm like, don't shoot right now. I'm just gonna try something. And I shoot, miss. Damn. I mean, I shot right at him. You know, I clearly hit on my screen, and then I tell him, you know, shoot, and he misses, and we just start shooting all around the room, you know, where he clearly is not.
Yeah,
until,
just shoot where he isn't.
Yeah, we shot where he isn't, and then after about 30 seconds, we spawned additional waves. We got him down while there were waves, a new wave active. But just shot around, then hit him, and then he's stunned. And at the point where he's stunned, it's pretty easy to just have the other person shoot the same place. But yeah, it was. That is an issue that is still a thing for the game in general, but more specifically where it's very impactful on Galakras.
Yeah, it's been a little bit weird. All right. Since this is sort of a MoP send off, you guys, what are your favorite moments from MoP? Midori, you want to start us off? You got some favorite moments with Newman this expansion?
Oh, I mean, I guess it has to be the Garrosh. I don't know if it would be the TOT one, but I think we played a lot better in Siege than we did in Throne, so probably killing Garrosh.
Fair enough. Riani, favorite MoP moments?
I'm not sure. Like, I think one of my a favorite moment must have been either killing Klaxxi or killing Garrosh. Honestly, Klaxxi might have been like a more adrenaline moment than Garrosh, just because of how long we spent there, how clean the actual kill was. It seemed unkillable for so long, and then just fuck, dude, fucking did it.
Yeah.
With a minute and a half or a minute left on the rage timer too. Like, holy, we're fucking gamers. Sorry for all the F-bombs there for YouTube, by the way. But Garrosh was definitely a high moment too. Getting the world second was really cool. But I honestly think that my favorite moments with MoP was in the lead up to the expansion.
Same.
All of the theory crafting, all of the the streaming and the hype and the back and forth, and basically everything leading up to its eventual decline.
Yeah, no, those beta days into the early launch part, man, that was like such a good time. It was so fun, like talking about all the tanks. I mean, you remember early on, certain people were talking blood decay, and maybe talked too much blood decay, got it nerfed. But it was fun because like we finally had I mean, you were like, as a tank player, you were like a kid in a candy store, like going into MoP after Cata. I mean, it was like you play blood decay, you can play prop out, you can play power. Like they're not gonna be great, but you can mess around on them. It's fine. But when you got to MoP, it was like every tank is good, every tank is viable. You can play whatever you like. They're all crazy. They're overpowered. You got the insane vengeance mechanic that is just bizarre design, like incentivizing tanks to take as much damage as possible. Crazy design, but very fun in a lot of situations. And that early part was just so hype. I had such a good time on that, and then we had that like that whole month where we were getting like a new raid every 2 weeks. So that was pretty fun with MSV, Heart of Fear, Toes. Turned out Heart of Fear and Toes cast sucked. I didn't really like those raids. I liked MSV probably the most.
Yeah.
And it also had the lowest die level, so then we kind of stopped doing the only raid I liked. But
yeah, the biggest mistake I think that they did was not releasing all of tier 14 at the same time. Because
Oh
I think
yeah,
that would have been really fun
that
in
would have been a
terms of,
wild race.
yeah, it would have been very fun for a race perspective as well. And it would have also been like very fun in a terms of progression perspective. Because gearing between the weeks of MSV to Heart of Fair, and then from Heart of Fair to Toes, for all of them to pretty much be done in 30 minutes was probably the worst part.
Yeah.
But if I think about it, when I played with not that bad in the first tier on playing as a warlock, one of my thinking about favorite moments, it has to also be ones when I had two warlocks just sitting rank 1, rank 2 on Stone Guards, because not a lot of people had figured out how to play Affliction yet on those types of bosses.
Oh, nice.
And
Affliction got buffed too, right? Wasn't that one of the early buffs for MoP Classic?
yeah, I don't remember exactly how it was, but there was definitely something in Heart of Fair for its single target, but it wasn't something that affected the Stone Guards a
Oh,
lot. It
okay.
was like their Malefic Grasp getting buffed or something like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think the whole T14, the way that it was, I mean, I think timeline wise, the entirety of MoP has been really bad.
Yeah.
I think I think a lot of people kind of got burned. Like a lot of people in the high end or the more like serious guilds got burnt out in T14 and decreased their like, want to play MoP more because of, yeah, I mean, Progress were doing like what was it 7 or 8 splits every week to get gear for then a 28-minute race.
yeah.
And my reaction after every single race was never like, "Holy shit, we fucking did it! We clutched it!" It was just like, "Oh, this is way too easy with the gear levels we have right now." Like
Yeah.
it never felt satisfying. Like even we got world 4th or something like that. Like we were like a minute behind Newman on Toast, but it was just like, this rate felt unsatisfying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is one thing. I think low geared Sha could have been a really fun fight to play like very early on. And
Yeah.
it would have been a really crazy tank check because of how hard all of the thrashes hit as well when you're not at a bit of a higher eye level.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, one of the pacing issues I think they had with MoP was just, you have these in-between patches. Is like phase 2 is like the PvP patch or whatever. Phase 4, I think it was the whatever other in-between patch, and they're counting those as like full patches, even though there's like
Right.
no new
Yeah.
raid release. So like the amount of time between like a new raid coming out is just way too long. And I don't know, they lost people on it.
Yeah, I think they had this idea about people really liking MoP, and wanting to keep a kind of original cadence, bar maybe the 14 months of SOO that they had originally, um, but I think the longer cadence, the slower cadence with long releases between each tier, it doesn't really work for classic. People get bored. We kill things too quickly nowadays, and it just becomes boring because the way that we engage with the game is not to we don't play it as an MMO like nowadays. We log in and we raid and then we log out. We don't sit around and interact with the server and chanter and um, you know run around in the open world to farm stuff, mine nodes, and and all that. Maybe we log into the Celestials to farm some coins so we can bonus roll for the raid. But those are usually moments of like, this is something I have to do, not something I want to do. And so having that kind of a slower cadence, it kind of ruins things for a lot of the more serious player base. And I say this very well knowing that we are our own worst enemies. Like, we don't have to play the game this way, but it's the way that it is, I guess.
Yeah, it's how a lot of classic has been played, so it's kind of how people want to continue playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, one thing. So I'm also playing like TBC Anniversary right now, and one of the biggest differences is just how many consumables you need in TBC Anniversary. There's just an entire laundry list of them. For MoP, it's like you just log in, you buy your flask, your food, your potions, you're pretty much good. For TBC, there's just that like extra, need to like play more like outside of raids just to be able to get all this stuff for raids. I don't personally really like that much. I like to just be able to like log in and do the raid, but
for TBC, I usually log in and use what I have and hope that my officer doesn't comment on my low my low level of sometimes enchant and and consumes.
Yeah, I was definitely struggling for a bit on the consumes, but the guild helped me out a little bit. Because it is just like such a chore just trying to like have all your stuff for each raid. But
Yeah.
so I mean, with all that being said, what do we think comes next? Like, is there any chance WOD could happen?
So for a similar reason, I was kind of alluding to this earlier when I was talking about the difficulty level of the raid. I just have such a hard time seeing Classic continuing down the progression line. It's not aided by the fact that MoP has had a significant player, drop off. With WoD not necessarily being an expansion that is the most fondly remembered. I think WoD would be a fantastic classic expansion. Like, for me personally, not for the average player base, but I think for someone who is like me, that likes to raid and not that much want to do that much outside of it, I think WoD is fantastic. Like WoD is has fantastic raids. It has interesting class design. It does have a little bit, going for it outside of raid 2. They, obviously have challenge modes. You even have, mythic zeros. Maybe they can introduce mythic plus. Like how cool would that be? So I think it would be a good expansion overall. It's just that it's not going to bring people back more than a few people. There's going to be an increase, of course, when you get a new expansion. People always like the new expansion hype, but I don't see that being sustained unless they plan it out very carefully. If they go at BlizzCon and they say, ladies and gentlemen, we're proud to introduce Classic Plus. Have a little trailer, have a little teaser, show what the kind of thing is that they're thinking about. And then they say, but guys, it's going to take time. This is a project that we want to keep going forever. This is going to be your forever home. We want to get it right. So we're going to start rolling out help here, beta here, engineering stuff here. It's going to take time. So in the meanwhile, we have these progression servers that are going to terminate before the launch. So that's going to be Anniversary Wrath of Lich King, and it's going to be an expedited version of WoD Classic into Legion Classic, which are gonna end by the time Classic Plus comes out. I think there could be a world where people do come back for WoD in that case, both because it's like, oh yeah, we get to play the raids, which I remember are fun, but we get to play them in a kind of fast-paced way. The raids will only be out for a few months, and then we'll move on. Maybe there'll be like an 8-9 month expansion, and then Legion is fucking insane. I want to get prepped up for the Legion launch, right? And do Mythic Plus and all that. That sounds awesome. And I don't, if Classic Plus is coming later on, that's what I have to look forward to. But I gotta play something in the meanwhile. I think this is obviously major copium, but I think in a world where they do something like that, I do think that WoD and obviously Legion, because there's no way they do WoD without Legion. I think there is a real world where it could be the case. If they have this Classic Plus product that they want to launch at a later date, but don't want to keep the player base hanging for too long.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much work that would have to go into them doing WoD. Like they would have had to, have started it quite a while ago. So they would have to know that they're doing WoD already, right? If it is coming. And the fact that they haven't said anything, I just don't really see like how we could get WoD without them like ever, saying anything. Because like right now they're just letting MoP rot essentially. Because everybody's like, oh, it seems like WoD's not happening. These characters are done. Like nothing's happening after this. People are quitting, and I mean, it just seems weird. Like if they're planning to do it, that they just wouldn't say anything because they're just like losing the entire player base in MoP. It's after retail, the most monetized version of the game. There's so many mounts and server transfers, race changes, all this stuff, boosts you can buy. Like it doesn't really make any sense to me that like they would know they're doing WoD, but they're just not telling anybody, and they're just letting the MoP population drop to 0 in the meantime. So I don't think it's gonna happen, but I would maybe play it if it came out, but also like an expedited WoD would be great. It's just like, I mean, we saw how long MoP was, and I can't really see them, dedicating the resources to actually, create a really fast WoD that would probably play better.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's what's gonna happen. But we don't really like have any information on how things are revenue wise for Blizzard. Like, can they make that product work with 6 people staff and they have this like people that they bounce in and out. So like Cyrene comes in and does something, and then he like goes to China, and then this person comes in and fixes that, and then they go work on Classic Plus. Who knows? Like maybe it makes sense financially to keep it alive. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it based on the player base right now, but it might be. We don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely see how it could be like worthwhile for them to do. Like if they can put a skeleton crew on it, make it like for sure. But it's just the like radio silence part of it that makes me think there's no way it could happen. Because like they're just, losing money by not telling people it's happening if they are planning to do it. Because it's like just one tweet that says WoD Classic is happening, and like way less people would quit MoP. Those are all people who are like buying things on MoP, and it would carry over into WoD too. Like there'd be more people playing it because every time you don't give people information about what's happening in the future for a WoW server, the player base starts to dwindle. People are less invested in their characters. Some of those people will come back on a new launch, some won't. So it's like, if they are planning to do it and they're sitting on that information, it just feels like they're shooting themselves in the foot.
I agree.
I do think the only reason they would ever hold out is if they want to do a double announce, like both Warlords and Legion is coming out at the same time, but like that it would come out straight after they're like finished with Hellfire Citadel, for example. There's no real other reason I can see them holding off like that information, looking at how they announced all the other classic versions.
It's also weird that we didn't get like Wrath anniversary confirmation. Like they told us about the TBC one like so far in advance. It's a little odd to me that we have no word on the Wrath one. Like I can't imagine they skip it because it was, the most popular expansion of anything we've done in Classic, but it is
That
kind of odd.
does give a little bit of credence to my a little bit of a little bit of speculation theory as well that they haven't announced Wrath either. Is that because either they're launching Classic Plus really soon, or that they have something that they want to announce with Classic Plus, but that Classic Plus is coming later?
Yeah. No, I could definitely see that combo approach where they're like, okay, we know you're disappointed that Classic Plus is actually like a year or two away, but here's this. I could definitely see that, but TBC is doing great right now. I don't think it's like gonna suffer too much from them like delaying like a Wrath announcement because people like I think generally expect it's coming. Like most popular expansion, it completes the trilogy and everything. Whereas like WAD, I feel like the WAD chance of happening is like, less than 5% for sure. Whereas I feel like the chance of Wrath happening is probably, 90% plus. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be a big BlizzCon. They're doing it way earlier than normal too. So that makes me think that has something to do with like the timing of when they want to release some things. Because normally it's in November in the past.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, gonna be an interesting time. All right. We're gonna go on to some listener questions. If you guys have any questions, you can just type them in Twitch chat. We'll get to them. We do have a couple that we had pre-prepared from Discord. So first one is from Kiwi and Apple. Most fun fight as a tank. And follow up, any surprises that came up while learning particular encounters? So for Siege of Orgrimmar, Riani, most fun fight.
Most fun fight in Siege?
Yeah.
I think Garrosh. It's a very scripted fight. So it will be the same, pretty much in every pull that you do. But it's such a fun fight to progress because you feel that progress, right? You inch closer and closer every single pull that you do until you have the occasional screw up in the first intermission. Like, all right, back to getting through that part well again. But it's so scripted, and it's like you get very much feel you moving forward, and I think that's really fun. And because it's so scripted, you can also kind of get a feel for where you should how far you can go with certain things. Like if it comes down to taking a bunch of stacks for vengeance, right? Like, okay, how much can I get away with? You start adding a little bit more, and then you're like, oh shit, I can get away with a crazy amount of stuff. And whereas on a fight like Paragons, where things are less scripted, you're like, oh yeah, this worked this time, but the next time it didn't work. And and that is fun in its own way. But as a progression fight, I think Garrosh is the peak. I don't think there's a better progression fight in all of MoP than Garrosh.
Yeah, I've liked Garrosh a lot. I know I'm in the minority, but I do like Paragons. Everybody in my guild hates it, but I do actually like Paragons.
Yeah, same.
I don't know.
Same.
There's a lot going on. I don't know. It keeps you engaged. It's fun. I like it, but a lot of people hate it, which I guess is understandable. There's maybe too many mechanics on that fight, but what about you, Midori? Favorite fight in Siege?
It's probably also it's either Garrosh or Klaxxi. I mean, Klaxxi is just fun because big damage in the Scorpion. You get to kind of be the carry of the boss, and you just have to have your other like raid members survive, and you can finish the boss by yourself. And that's kind of the part that I really like about it. But obviously, then you have the one mechanic I don't like in the fight is aim, and the way we decided to do it was just external through every single one, which obviously I don't think the mechanic should be done that way, but in our comp, soaking the aim is very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
probably Garrosh over Klaxxi, but it's probably those two.
And then for the second part of their question, any surprises that came up while learning particular encounters, Midori?
Lost face Garrosh while we were trying to two-tank how hard it blows up on the raid. Probably the biggest thing, like I didn't think the second part would one-shot as hard. And it instantly just made us think, yeah, the raid is not surviving, just three-tank it to create some small explosions. But looking at how fast we faced it in the race, like two-tanking could have definitely been a possibility.
Knowing how far ahead you guys were, I mean, even knowing now, like your, kill time and everything, with being so ahead, you guys probably would have just three tanked it, I assume, regardless.
Yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
I don't think it's like it's in a lot of expansions and even in previous phases it would have been a big DPS increase to tank, but it's not really a big DPS gain, if a DPS gain at all, to tank. We have a warrior that intervenes only, doesn't even taunt a single thing, and he is still if not third on DPS, in the top 5 at least. So I mean that's definitely the vengeance aspect to think about there as well, and the small trade-off that you're making for potentially saving a wipe.
Yeah, you're really just stacking like a little bit more vengeance on one tank. We found like the vengeance spread was pretty good. I think we were all I want to say like 350 to 450k vengeance, like across 3 tanks pretty consistently. So and like the earlier parts of the fight. So yeah, definitely one where you don't really lose much bringing the other tank.
Yeah, I mean, if you are spreading out the vengeance, I do think you are losing quite a bit, because like I think I didn't see much of Midori's VOD yet, but I think we both basically stacked all the debuffs and everything up as much as we could to get close to vengeance cap, while tanking in phase 2 and 2.5, and then in phase 1 as well. Like if you can stack the adds to attack the tanks, especially if you can fall in on one target, that's obviously a huge DPS gain. But if you're not robbing the quote unquote main tank from Vengeance, I think 3 tanking is makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I mean, even just funneling onto one tank and then getting, the taunt offs for the 50% vengeance, like the really quick taunts just for the 50%. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
For spraying vengeance without really taking anything away.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We also have a question from Booms. Knowing what you know now about MoP Classic fights slash strats, if you could go back to the start of MoP, would you still play tank as opposed to DPS or even healer? And if so, would you still pick the same class to play? For me personally, like 100%. Like, I mean, going in, I was already like, damn, this looks like a really good tank expansion. Prot Warrior was what I ultimately landed on. I love Prot Warrior. It's so fun. Always been a Prot Warrior enjoyer. And MoP Prot Warrior is just like the Super Saiyan version of Prot Warrior. Like everything you loved about Prot Warrior and like, Wrath. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot to love about it in Cata, but I mean, you had the buttons, like you had a heroic leap and stuff, which is fun, but just the numbers weren't good, like the damage and everything. But this is like such a fun version of Prot Warrior. I love it. I played like everything at the beginning, kind of figuring out what I liked and what was good. And yeah, if I had to do it again, Prot Warrior for sure. I would still be on it.
Can I ask you a question that you have to answer yes or no to?
Okay. No further explanation.
Don't elaborate.
Okay.
Do you like MoP Vengeance?
Damn. With just yes or no. Oof. I'm gonna say no. I mean, obviously, there's way more to it.
Now we can elaborate.
Okay. I mean, the real answer is sort of. Like, it is really fun. Like, on certain fights, like getting, crazy vengeance, doing tons of damage, insane healing, getting, the millions in shield barriers and stuff like that. It is very fun. I think a version of tanking where you're incentivized to go out of your way to take as much damage as possible is just like kind of a bad and dumb version of tanking that I don't really like, but I can't lie, it is fun to see big number also. So I mean, for me, like Wrath was like kind of perfect. Like I like Prop I could do pretty good damage. You also didn't want to take extra damage. Like the most you gained was like you got more Reckoning procs and you got like some extra parry haste autos, like from having more things attacking you. And that was more of just like a volume hit thing than, taking huge amounts of actual damage. To me, that was pretty perfect. Cata was fine too. I mean, that version of Vengeance where it's like, okay, you just kind of cap it for free. But I mean, with that version of Vengeance also, I feel like you could kind of just baseline increase damage of some stuff. But I don't know. Then maybe you end up with a rate of 25 blood DKs.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, right. Sounds like the perfect raid, right? Yeah, so for me, like it is fun, but I definitely prefer like more of a Wrath style tanking.
What about you, Midori? How do you feel about Vengeance?
For me, it's both yes and no. Because on fights like, for example, Iron Juggernaut or Thok, I really like the way Vengeance works, where it's the boss, it's giving you increased damage stacks, or like you're taking more damage. I think it's fun then, but when you start getting into the point of like Horridon, please spawn the sand traps next to the boss stacked so that I can stand in all of them, then no, that part I never like. But if it's just like a boss mechanic that's attacking you and making you take more damage, then I do like it in that way.
Yeah, I think my like problem with Vengeance is that it can sometimes rely so heavily on other people, and
Yeah.
a lot of times it relies on making their experience worse.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever have had as much of like pent up frustration between me and other raiders, especially melee, right? As in early TOT. Like, it was crazy. Like, you know, we've had a little bit of fun with Vengeance before that and stuff like that. But when you have to be like, please, please, please don't cleave. It's a DPS increase for the raid. But then they count on Warcraft logs. Sorry, Riani, but your boy's gotta do what a boy's gotta do. But it's also like, you know, try to spawn it closer to me, and they're like, nah, I don't want to do that. They don't want to get parries. Keep the ads alive here. Don't cleave. No, not gonna do that. Oh, by the way, mages, please use Fire Blast on another target so it doesn't spread combustion. No, not gonna do that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm frustrated, but I also understand that you're frustrated too. We're both just frustrated. Man, it can be a real terrible experience, Vengeance. But then on the other hand, it's also basically one of the only ways that we as tanks have left to, you know, kind of theory craft. It's really, really fun in MoP to be creative with Vengeance. And there are a lot of things that allows you to be that. You do progression, and you're like, you know, yeah, we're two tanking here on Thok, but let me just try to stand in front of the boss the entire time and stack up my stacks and take over tanking and see how that feels. Oh yeah, that is pretty fine. You know, that's pretty good. Oh, let's see if I can solo tank. Oh yeah, solo tanking is actually pretty fine. We can do that. And then on Juggernaut, like mapping out your externals and raid cooldowns is really cool. Thinking about like Klaxxi has like several vengeance cheeses you can do, particularly on the first two bosses. You can taunt swap to have like an insane amount of damage taken increase to like vengeance cap super quickly. And then for some reason on that boss, when you dodge or parry, it doesn't give you vengeance. So you want to be careful about which type of cooldowns you use. Like it's a really cool thing, but when it causes that rift between you and the rest of the raid, it's fucking sucks, dude. It sucks. So love-hate relationship, and it has really high highs and extremely low lows to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Speaking about the question, though, I took us a little bit off path there, but I don't think I would have played anything differently either. I would have still played tank. I was questioning it at the beginning a little bit, whether I would want to continue to play tank, but I would have still played tank. I am having the most fun playing prop pal, and I think, you know, was it always the strongest? Not necessarily. I think I brought it in a little bit too early. I brought it in already in Heart of Fear, and I think in Heart of Fear, it wasn't necessarily the strongest option. The way that we were playing it, at least, like there could have been insane potential for the prop pally, but the way that we were playing it with kind of like pally like off tank and not funneling vengeance very well, it didn't really make sense to play prop paladin from a race perspective. But yeah, I'm really happy with the prop pal. I think it's one of the more fun tanks. It has some. Basically, we've been going against the conventional wisdom for prop pal, basically the entire expansion. It's kind of fun to discover the best way to play without just reading, old elitist jerks forums or old YouTube guides and stuff like that.
What are like the biggest? I haven't played prop high since phase 1. What are like the biggest changes you've done versus what the old conventional wisdom was?
Well, I mean, basically, first of just Eternal Flame. Like, what a garbage spell.
Yeah, that one was touted a lot. Everybody like coming into MoP was talking about that like crazy.
Yeah. It's not like Eternal Flame is necessarily bad. It's just that Sacred Shield is so incredibly strong. It doesn't matter that they buffed it. Like, even if they didn't buff it, Sacred Shield would have been the best by far. And just like the stats that people were kind of talking about was kind of weird. Hey, obviously, this is the point where people started realizing the haste was good. So at least that point, they kind of got right back in the days. But like the whole expertise, hard cap, mastery, and stuff like that, it was mastery makes sense for like Sha, but is absolute garbage for everything else.
Just crit is what you're saying over those.
Basically, yeah. Now we're reaching the point where we're at a haste soft cap, where you don't want to go over haste at a certain point. Now that we have more gear.
Gotcha. What about you, Midori? Starting with MoP, would you have changed anything if you could go back now? Like start on a different class or anything?
I mean, I played Warlock in phase 1 because we recruited in a tank. I was gonna play tank, but we recruited in a tank before the expansion started, so I went to Warlock because I had previous experience on it as well. But if I would have had the option between playing Warlock or tank, I would have probably started as tank, and I think at least I would have started as Prot Warrior at least. It's one of the ones I think is more fun, but I do also think that going into tier 15 and 16, Prot Paladin is probably my favorite. And for me, it's kind of a tier by tier basis because some of the specs are so heavily gear reliant on getting to like at least a certain amount of crit on Guardian Druid, for example, is really important and things like that. So it kind of changes every tier. I don't really have a set tank that I think I would play through any of the tiers. So for me, personally, it would be going something like Prot Warrior tier 14, Prot Paladin tier 15, and then going Guardian Druid now in tier 16.
Okay.
Do you actually like Guardian Druid, or is it just the strongest for you, for your purposes at least?
For it very highly depends on your external comp. Missing like, for example, if I would have played the Prot Paladin in this raid, we probably wouldn't have had like a secondary external tank, so I'd be missing like the extra sacks in our raid comp, and like not having something to fill like an iron bark like on some small places would feel really bad as a prot paladin. So it's kind of the main reason why I think Guardian is the strongest, and the main reason I kind of think Guardian is also the strongest is it's one of the 3 tanks that has a HP increase, like last stand on use. And out of the 3, I think Guardian was the best choice out of them in our comp at least, and because we were going for like being used to the fights and so on. So that's if it would have been more like you don't have this much PTR, I think I would have played Prot Warrior going in, because it's also something that you can funnel technically more gear on, because you could technically take both crit items and parry dodge items, so you could have gone a lot higher in eye level and be more safe as a tank and feel like since Garrosh hits really hard and Klaxxi hits really hard, like having the extra eye level there would have helped a lot.
Yeah, riposte tank is very nice for that. My warrior's at like 565 right now, just from, all the riposte gear that dropped. I didn't even take any of the like crit stuff or anything.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we had, I think, only one other question in Twitch chat. Not sure if you have answered, but if they don't go with WAD, as you said, what could be done with all our characters from MoP, mounts, achievements, etc.? So I think it would just be MoP era, probably. I mean, if they transferred everything to retail, that'd be insane. I think retail players would be very, very upset about that, but I don't know. What do you guys think?
If it transferred to retail, holy, it would there would be uproars. There is no way.
The only way I could see it is if they had like an event where retail players could earn like all the stuff we have, or they just delete, like, I mean, like some of the MoP challenge mode stuff they added, like I think they'd probably just delete that stuff, but otherwise they would have to do like some kind of event where retail players could like earn all this stuff. Like there's no way they let classic players come in and just have like exclusive stuff, right?
Or like, oh, but if I knew, I would have farmed the tigers, the CG
Yeah.
mounts. I would have done this. I would have gone Scarab Lord. I would have done this, and it's still not fucking happening, man.
Yeah, I mean, MoP era, it seems like that'd be the most likely. It just kind of becomes a little trophy case place. I can't really see anybody like playing MoP era long term though, because like I feel like
No.
Siege is hard enough that it would be really hard to sustain like raid teams on there. Like classic eras last a long time, but the raids are really, really easy. Like you can go in with anybody and kill everything in classic era. Siege though, like you have to have people who like kind of know what they're doing and have experience with the fights and everything. I can't really see any kind of raiding population existing. It'd be more of just like a trophy case kind of server.
Can transfer it to SOD, go full circle. And
That'd be incredible.
Yeah, you can just take in anything you want in SOD and then get into raiding at level 60.
That'd be the best. I'm all for it. All right. I don't think we have any more questions in Twitch chat. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, get up, stretch, grab some water, grab some tea, whatever, and then we'll get into just going over the Newman VOD. We'll have Midori kind of point out some of the tech, give some tips and stuff throughout the raid. But yeah, we'll take 5 and we'll be back soon for that.
Hell yeah.
BRB. All right. How are we doing, guys?
Doing good.
Ready to get back into it?
All good, all good.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so I got the VOD pulled up. We're just gonna kind of go through start to finish. We can for sure skip over some stuff, but main thing I want to focus on is just like tips and tricks, cool tech kind of stuff you guys did. Mainly just stuff you wouldn't, find in every YouTube guide or whatever. Just cool little intricate details and a lot of the tank specific stuff.
Yep.
So starting off, I do like the glider. The glider is great. I think I pulled this trash like once 2 months ago or whenever whenever the PTR came out.
Yeah, it
And
doesn't do a lot though, but
yeah.
it's very nice to skip.
Do
And
you actually need the cloaking device here, or can you
yeah,
do it
that's
with
what I
just
was
shroud?
wondering too.
You pull the bubble guy if you don't use the cloaking device. Because I don't think you're like high enough, at least when a lot of people didn't use it on PTR, they were pulling it constantly.
I see.
Even if you shroud with it, I'm not really sure how an aerial shroud works, I guess.
Oh, I have no clue, but we didn't play a rogue, so.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
so-
yeah. Yeah, true. There's
yeah,
no yellow in the raid. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, we had we only had 3. But we had 4 or 5 for a lot of the PTR practice.
Yeah, we had 1 for most of it, and we're considering playing 1, but it was mainly a question between DK or Rogue. So, but we wanted the grips on some spots, and it just became DK because of that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because the reason why I was thinking about the guy in the middle, because we killed the guy in the middle anyway. Like, we killed all 3 big bubble boys, just because it stops the ads that comes in from spawning. I'm not sure if it does that anyway when you like
No,
start the
they
encounter, or if it just doesn't
continue.
matter.
No, yeah,
Okay.
They
they
continue
keep coming.
spawning. Yeah, but we weren't too worried about it. We did try to use them like early on, but when you enter combat with the boss, it just doesn't give you anything. So they were just to skip the trash. Like anything else was a bit whatever.
Yeah.
The main thing with them is just people being aware that they're like fake and not to get baited by them like during the intermissions.
Yeah, I mean there were probably some people that did get faked out by them, but it is what it is. The boss like doesn't die that much faster anyways, even if you like miss one of the blobs. So it's something that we just took.
Did you ever play around with keeping the ads alive from the boss for additional vengeance, or was it just not worth it with the way that it just keeps going down?
Did think about it, yeah, but it was just kind of, we weren't breaking like some of the push timers anyways. Like,
yeah,
we were always kind of getting the second swirl, and then even if we didn't do it, we beat the third swirl like when it comes up again, no matter what anyways. So it was more of a just point of, it doesn't really do anything. It might speed up by 1-2 seconds, but puts a lot of more like paying attention to the externals and so on. Because when we do this intermission, the healers actually have a pretty decent job where they need to go to a specific spot where one of the priests will void shift one of the blobs here, so that they instantly get one of the healing buffs to help heal with the other one. So
okay.
So they had some pretty good tech here on Immerseus. Like, we had the specific gateways to specific spots, and they ran to like wherever they could see the first one spawn, and they void shifted it to get the healing buff. But like DPS and tanks didn't really do anything special, at least on this fight. We just kind of made sure we pushed before some swirls happened, and I was just like, oh, I don't have healing touch bound from PTR. I forgot to do my stuff, and but there's some good stuff you can do like that I did in my therapy raid today, and where if you still have some of the ads, you can, as Paladin, help heal a lot, and it actually does make it a lot easier. But since I'm kind of the main tank in this run, like, and I'm playing bear, I can't really help them, because if I go out of form with ads on me, then I insta flop.
What about the what's it called? It's not Nature's Vigil. That's another buff I'm thinking about. But the talent that gives you free healing touches.
Oh, you mean Dream of Scenarios? Yeah.
Yeah.
mainly didn't test it out. It's just such a small thing. Like healing touches
Yeah.
aren't that big compared to Word of Glories, for example. It's more like if you use 3 Holy Power Word of Glory, it's just so much bigger. So, and also Nature's Vigil feels really good to use, and you get a use in between your Berserk, so it's really nice to just have.
Do we know if the MoP or the Brewmaster healing sphere that you like drop on the ground, does that work on the oozes? I didn't play Brew, so I'm
Why?
not sure.
I have no clue. I didn't play Brew at all as
Yeah.
well. We kind of
Fair
decided to
enough.
just drop Brew pretty much instantly. The only thing we wanted Brew for is kiting on Garrosh.
Yeah, I guess probably a good time to just kind of talk about why you picked the tanks you did. What made you hop out on Brew immediately?
Just it's to start their low base HP is really bad to play with. On a lot of the fights, it's just if you're, for example, tanking on Malkorok for is just like one of the early things that made like I thought about, but you're sitting 8 seconds in a Sen med where you can't do anything, so that's like a big no-no when you're like starting to do whatever vengeance cheese and stuff like that,
Mhm.
and that's like a big thing where I don't think like it's very good. Your cooldowns outside of that is so bad that you just need like a raid comp suited around where you have preferably like 2 paladins, maybe a resto druid, and then some disc priests and warriors. And I just don't think that the brew is good outside of when you're in 463 gear and going into MSV.
Mhm. Yeah, we ended up bringing it in because we were gonna use it on Garrosh and we wanted our raid shields, but it wasn't something we actually used most of the P tier. We were mostly like prop value power. And honestly, yeah, I think that was a big mistake. We should have just only brought it in for Garrosh because it's just like so fragile in this raid. It just
Yeah.
dies constantly.
I think Brew is kind of a terrible like tank. Like it's not very beefy, dies fairly easily. And it has terrible single target damage. If
Yeah.
you can avoid having the brew be the one that gets the most vengeance, you want to have that at all cost. We brought brew because it is just such a like safe progression pick type of thing that especially that is really good for the raid on the last few bosses. So obviously Garrosh, there's no question about why we wanted a brew for Garrosh, but it is Klaxxi, for example, has so many little, so much cleave and small adds, and the brew is doing a bunch of AoE damage. Of course, the AoE damage doesn't matter, but it still applies all the raid guards and everything like that to the raid. And having fewer accidental deaths just because you do have that raid guard, especially with the higher vengeance levels that you do have at this, at this stage, um, is nice. Um, I understand why a guild like Newman wouldn't really care about it that much, but a casual guild like ours did get a lot of value from it. But I do think we would have gotten more value from another tank in, especially on the earlier bosses. But we didn't really care that much about that.
Yeah, I mean, it is the one upside that Brew does bring over Guardian is its statue guards. Other than that, it's pretty much very similar AoE, worse single target by like 2 times almost. Doesn't have a reliable like defensive CD like Barkskin, for example, that you have very often. You only have your Fort Brew, and then it's down to well, technically 3 cooldowns because they made Bear Hug be a cooldown in this version, so it's just an extra 10% DR when you use it. So it's more kind of like Brew is fine, but what does it do better than a Guardian? And then the pretty much honest answer is it just brings the raid guards. And I feel like in our perspective, like when we have practiced the bosses so much, if we're relying on people often surviving because of a guard coming up on you, then it's probably something we would have to change somewhere else as well, instead of like relying on guards from the Brewmaster. It definitely can help a lot with like ship damage on like some of these bosses that I think like on Sha of Pride and stuff like that, it can save people a lot from like the Sweating Prides and so on. It can be really, really good there. And Iron Juggernaut in the intermission as well. Like stuff like that, it can be really good. But when it comes to like, we just want to kill these bosses a bit faster and there's a lot of single target and AoE that you want to do, I feel like Guardian will just always kind of win out if you're only thinking from like a damage perspective. There is also some stuff that you can cheese with Guardian. When we come to Thok, I can talk about that. And yeah, I mean, from my perspective, it's just a worse damage dealer than pretty much every tank, but it's always been kind of have to think also about loot in a race where like you don't want to we prefer to not double stack like plate tanks or double stack leather tanks. So if you're playing the Guardian, your second tank is just kind of not allowed to be a Brewmaster as well.
Mhm.
So that's also something we think about.
Yeah, that
What
makes
was
sense.
the reasoning for going, the second, like the prop pally as an off tank compared to like a prop warrior? You're saying?
Mainly, you can spec into Clemency for the double stack, so it's better externals, and having having an AM in our comp on Garrosh is pretty important, and having AM on Thok is also very important. And then it's more just Paladin is a bit more self-reliant. Our comp very, very heavily doesn't have that crazy tank healing. So we kind of do need these buttons that Prot Warrior doesn't have that can top yourself with a global press. So a really big thing with the Guardian Druid is its Frenzied Regen being just, I press it at minimum amount of rage and it's just a lay of hands heal on myself most of the time because of the vengeance I have.
Okay.
Yeah,
Makes
yeah.
sense. Anything else you guys want to talk about in regards to just tank choices, or we can move on?
No, I think, I mean, obviously a lot of people have asked in Discord over the last few days. Or it was 2 days ago that the race was, but feels longer. Must be the lack of sleep. But a lot of people have been asking about like raid comps, before the race and now after the race, especially seeing the bear from Newman, and I had some guildies as well that went into the logs afterwards and was like, oh man, bear is cranked. What are you doing really? You're playing prop pal, and I mean, obviously bear is good. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely not as easy to just look at logs, compare one person to another, and be like, look at this class does more damage than you do, and then you like, oh wait, but what did they do? Like, oh yeah, solo tanked Thok, they funneled Vengeance better, did strats that allowed for more damage. So the reason why Midori has really high numbers on a lot of fights is not necessarily because he is a bear. It's just because Newman does things differently. Um, I think this might be a cooked take, but I think bear is good and it's gonna even get better with more gear. But I don't think bear for most groups is like the end all be all or even the best pick period. Um, Especially as you start thinking about raid externals and start thinking about self reliance and even damage output. I think damage output is fantastic for bears and especially for Klaxxi, which we'll get to later. But I think Newman is a bit of an outlier more than it is the rule, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I do agree. And if you're someone that isn't like having the fights on farm as much as we had before, like going in, I do think that the best possible comp you can go in with is Pala Prot Warrior if you're a guild that is progressing. It's definitely the most reliable and the one that will help your raid the most. The thing with Bear is it kind of forces your second tank option to be a Prot Paladin. Anything else, and in this low gear level, your other raid spots would have to be really kind of bad classes, and it is also like one of the reasons why we don't have a rogue in our comp. Like there isn't a spot that the rogue can take without it messing with like tank externals, because even a DK is a tank external for Guardian, where you have a bone shield from symbiosing him, and it doesn't get dragged out. Like you don't lose the bone shield if you're dodging abilities. So every hit you take, then you reduce it by 10%. So you reduce most of the incoming hits that you take by 10%. So you're forced into a DK, and pretty much you're forced into dropping a rogue. The only other option would be to drop like your enhancement shaman, but shamans bring raid healing, and that's also like a strong thing that the healers need to do. In like where your comp would have to be, your healing comp would have to be like almost something. If you aren't playing a Prot Paladin and you're playing Guardian, in this low gear level, your healing comp would almost have to be something like double Holy Paladin, just to keep up with the like some of the externals needed on some fights. So I do think that in farm, Bear is really, really, really good. But here now, when we're progressing with tier T gear, if you're not really used to, or if you don't have every fight kind of on farm, Bear is not that great of a tank.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. So like I mentioned before too, we did play like the prop value prop warrior. You mentioned before that's probably what you would recommend most people do. We love that comp. It was great. It seemed good, but then yeah, we had the last minute change, brought the brew in because it was going to be played later just to get gear on it for the Garrosh fight. Ended up being a mistake, I think, but you know,
Don't need
it
gear
is
to run
what it
around in
is.
circles, man.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Let's look at the Fallen Protectors. Did you have any tech here you wanted to talk about?
I mean, if you're vengeance chasing, technically you could solo tank this fight and bring in another Warlock, and just whenever you get stunned, you would need to have a cooldown out. The one important thing for tanks to think about on this fight, if you don't have too much like damage and you're not playing like a lot of Warlocks, and like a Boomkin also does a really decent amount of damage on this fight, is the noxious poison that he puts down. You probably don't want to be putting it in the middle all the time. This is something we could only kind of do because whenever you push him to 66%, he despawns all of it. So that you don't really have to worry about it too much if you're not sitting in a phase too long. So that's something that just makes you able to keep him close so that people can cleave a lot more and just get more effective damage. If you're doing some tank cheesing strats, you could probably just be tanking all of the pandas, and yeah, there's not really much other than that. Something that probably is a bit, it definitely wasn't something working on PTR, might work in full biz, is getting the anguish on you, but it does reduce your armor by 90% or something like that. So you just get clapped straight afterward if you're in TOT gear, at least.
What's the reasoning for getting the anguish on you more than just tanking, or is it just to get vengeance from the anguish at itself?
Yeah, it would only be that.
Yeah, nothing from the debuff, because the debuff is just armor.
No, it's just armor reduced, so it doesn't really do anything.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, one thing you can do is, just get an off tank, solo tank, but get an off tank who just taunts the stun guy before the stun.
Yeah.
You can just keep pumping.
Yeah, that is something also, yeah.
A little bit unrelated, but we were talking about Garrosh. There was a question in chat about if you don't have a Brewmaster, is there anything else you could use to kite the ads? It's
sure.
definitely, yeah.
Yeah,
What would you use?
I would use a Prot Warrior.
Okay, yeah, piercing howl and leap and
Yeah, you have shockwave. You can very easily pick them up. Like the first times around, it also depends on how many you have to kite. Because, for example, Arkhill might spawn 1 or 2 sets less. So
right.
the thing is, on very hard waves, Prot Warrior can just drop their banner and then continue running around, which is really good. And it is something that we considered like the first time around, because we kind of didn't want to play a Brewmaster really, or a monk like at all. So it was something we were considering, but we kind of just gave up on it because of how like tight the fight was looking early PTRs, and didn't really want to last minute try something different like on last sets of PTR, because obviously didn't know that it was going to extend and so on.
Sure.
I might be cooked, but I think that Bloody K is fine for doing it too.
Yeah, I think so. So you could definitely do on Blood DK. There might be a bit like since you can mass grip them all every wave. Also, if you have another DK, I think, then it makes it really easy to group them, and you can use Death and Decay on the spot and be running. I don't know how it would be for Blood DK to kite without maybe like having a priest drop you feathers now and then, but I know Warrior can save their leap when they're about to round a corner and be totally fine.
Can you get a chill banes or whatever it's called on blood, or is that only the DPS?
But the
like extra slow thing.
Are the ads slowable?
I thought they were. Are they not?
Yeah. It's Brewmaster use their throw. It's which slows them all the time. It's if you make them buffed, you can't slow them anymore.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, because my understanding of it was that they were not slowable. Obviously, the barrel is to gain threat and everything like that.
I thought it was for both
and that
uses.
they gain a speed increase when they were buffed. But
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Speed
Like
increase
in their,
and like Blessing of Freedom, essentially.
yeah, in their original state, they are CCable and stuff like that. So
You just gotta make sure you don't kill anything.
yeah, if you buff them, they are completely immune to everything. So, and they also start moving really fast.
I feel like I went down a rabbit hole on this one, if they were actually slowable or not, and it was I watched some old VODs and it was like they just move slowly, like where it feels like you're slowing them, but you're actually not. I need to look for it again, but you know, I'm sure other people have. You know, I didn't spend any time kiting, but I feel like everything in my bones is telling me that from back in the days they were not slowable. They just moved slowly. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll try to look that up, but for now, I'm sorry, Riani. I'm gonna go with Midori. I'm gonna say they're slowable until they get buffed. We'll look it up though. Can we get somebody to research
Yeah,
this?
I mean, I didn't kite as well. So like, it's more of something I'm like 80% sure of, because like vortexing them and stuff like that works. And Typhoon, I remember seeing having the debuff on them,
for sure.
But I can't say for 100% certainty as well. Like, I didn't really think too much about it. I just know that you can kite them as other tanks as well, because it has been done. So
Gotcha. Okay, so after Fallen Protectors, just being very sneaky here, going hugging the wall.
On Protectors, I think one thing like to keep in mind is when the what's the name of the first one? The first one that you push with the sponsor 3 ads.
oh, you mean
the punchy guy?
Was it Rook?
I forget.
Rook,
I forget the names. Yeah, Rook.
We face Sun first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
I see. Any reason behind that?
Not really. It's more just to get into that phase with the bubble. So, and melee can, if we ever need to stop on her, it's a lot easier if we like don't want to spread every one of them out. Because the other 2 ones are just melee attacking. The he guy is a bit annoying with his like shadow stepping or killing spree and putting up Garrots, but mainly just focused on Sun, because it can also make you avoid extra calamities as well if you push during the calamity timing.
Okay. All right. But yeah, I was thinking about Rook at least. When the 3 ads spawn, there's one ad that's stationary, the one that's closest to the entrance. So getting the other ones on top of that ad is a lot smoother than trying to stack them at the boss or something like that, because that's not going to happen. So just as a tank, stacking them on the immobile person that is the one that is closest to the entrance, it's going to be a pretty nice move. And then the bleed effect as well is poppable. So getting having your paladin, if you're a prop pal or if you have paladins in your raid, to pop it off towards the the point where things become a little bit more scary is definitely a good idea.
For sure. So for this trash, just hugging the wall, going straight to big guy, killing him, moving on, looks like.
Yeah, So something we did here is a lot of people spent like time, like the loot they got from the first 2 bosses is they spent time here outside to do a lot of reforging and stuff like that because there's so much RP with Norushen, and if you are late and you're still like inside the raid, you get teleported to him. So you could spend pretty much all the time you wanted to fix your gear here. And it's just one thing that we had the 100 that like speed ran to starting the RP and doing it as fast as possible.
Smart doing it while you're fighting here.
Yeah.
We had some glider thing that we did, but I think that's only mainly because we have rogues, so we shrouded for past the first 2 packs and then glidered all the way down to this big guy, and we only fought the big guy.
And then down here got Norushen, or yeah, whatever it's called, amalgam of whatever. I always call
We
it
just say
Norushen.
Norushen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Norushen.
Yeah, any tech you want to talk about on this one?
I mean, when you're doing this on farm, I always suggest like whoever is main tanking you should just get vengeance from getting hit a couple times and then go down. But if you're progressing the fight, I think staying up and soaking a ball and then going down is probably the right move for your guild. But just make sure that like before you go down here, you want to have some vengeance. Like this ad on Druid can take a while. If you're a Prot Warrior going down here and his cost, you can just spell reflect that and you will be done like 20 times faster than any other tank can be because it does a ridiculous amount of damage. So that's some like it's really good for Prot Warrior. Other than that, it's just kind of holding the boss as much as possible. It does technically the one that is kind of main tanking the boss shouldn't be soaking orbs. The only reason you would want to do it is if like no one else actually can. Always should prior some of the other DPSers because you will just pretty much be doing the most amount of damage from the moment you come up to the end of the fight. Now, I don't do that on this pull. I usually did it on PTR, but some people decided that they wanted to go down because they had gotten energy from something that they weren't supposed to do. So we had a ridiculous amount of ads as to where people started shouting, "Don't go down" during the race and stuff like that. We had a pretty close like moment where we almost did work on this boss, but it is just because we're playing a bit more of we're trying to kill the boss fast. So it's going to be a bit more hectic.
Yeah, I think I want to echo as well the like starting the fight with vengeance, and something that happened to us was that the off tank co-tank taunted way too early. So I got like 1 hit and then he taunted and I had to go down. But because of how vengeance is calculated, that 1 hit basically didn't give me any vengeance. So it took me a really, really long time to get my ad down. But so ideally you want to take, at least a few seconds of hits, 3, 4 hits, something like that, before you go down, because that will make things a lot easier. You can also soak like big hits while you're down there. I don't know if you did that, Midori, but intentionally getting hits, not interrupting, it might kill you. Like it does a lot of damage, but it is a way to get some additional benches if you can control it a little bit.
Yeah, I didn't stand in the front. I did try sometimes, but with very low vengeance on Guardian, like your friends, it doesn't heal for that much then. So like you come out to sometimes we'd have it very hectic by the time I came out. So I try to be just like as safe as possible in that moment, just to not like have us waste a CR, because we did have randomly a lot of people dying on this fight, and having the CRs for the other people was just something that I thought was more kind of valuable there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
for sure.
Anything else you want to talk about on this one?
I kind of want to think about how you get vengeance on this fight. I did try to stand in the beam, of course.
Yeah, how'd that
Didn't
go?
really help. Didn't really help much. Didn't give any vengeance, unfortunately. And I know that you can. This is one of those bosses as well where you can screw over the rest of your raid by having um multiple of those big ads attack you at the same time, and that will vengeance cap you, but it will also hurt quite a bit on the raid. And another one of those stop DPS, stop cleaving.
Yeah, it does hurt a lot on the raid though. So like it is kind of a healer check on how many you would be able to have up,
Yeah.
but it is definitely something you could do. And it also makes it so that you don't have to really soak any of the balls that the big ads spawn as well. So like maybe very deep during farm, it's something you could try out, but it would
Wait,
be very gear heavy on the healers.
I can tell my DPS so it's a DPS increase for them. I mean that does make things a little bit easier for the
Yeah, I do think
convincing.
they
Yeah.
would be happy with not having to soak any orbs.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, that's good. Good. I don't know if there's anything else that really like want to like tips for that fight. There's obviously a tank debuff that you sort of had to deal with. The damage from each hit after like you start getting stuck is really not that high. And I didn't really ever get to a point, I feel like, on PTR where I took multiple hits back to back where I ever felt like it was very dangerous. Did you just kind of play it safe and swap that certain amount of stacks, maybe taunt for vengeance and stuff like that, or how did you deal with with?
Most of the early time, we just went to 3 or 4 just to make sure that the other tank also has some vengeance. And towards the end, I went to 6, and then we kind of just swapped so he could. And it was very like the boss was really low, so he just taunted so that he could get some vengeance to finish it off quicker.
Yeah.
We did try to go about 9 to 10 on PTR, and it's okay to do, but the benefit for it and stuff like that wasn't amazing. So we just stuck to like playing like between 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It was Ken playing the prop alley, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and he's still like raid leading also.
I mean, it's both Forge and him talking
Okay.
a lot. It's mainly those two.
Does that still kind of play a role in you handling more of like the main tanking stuff so that he's able to, you know, make more calls, like have greater raid presence, I guess, watch all the other things going around, make all the calls. I think Creddy talked about that uh for like MSV when we did that tank talk.
Yeah, for sure, to some extent. It also just allows us to have more of like having someone that is paying a bit more attention to the tank stuff and calling like what we should do a bit,
Mhm.
so that he doesn't have to focus on that. It helps with that, and just more. I'm also a lot more experienced in these raids, so it's also one of the bigger reasons why we did it.
Oh,
And
gotcha. Did you do a lot of like private server stuff?
I did some, yeah, like not a crazy amounts, but I played a decent amount on some of the private servers before. But it was also mainly like Ken wasn't here the first 2 PTR weeks, so
Mm.
we had T-Devs play tank during those weeks. And on the last week, Ken came back, and then it was just like kind of already set up, kind of most of the stuff how we would do and so on.
Gotcha. So after Norushen, you got this fun poll. I love this one. So basically,
Yeah,
you take the bop, you zoom around the room, gather everything, pop the horn, and get back to the raid. AoE everything down, then everybody spreads out.
yeah. I mean, it's just a pull that we did like twice on PTR, and we
Hmm.
kind of, as long as everyone is spread by the debuff going out, and you have we used like a rally. I don't know if we used anything else, but people usually survived with maybe like 1 or 2 people died,
Mm.
and was just something to get the boss to spawn faster. That we cleared everything. Sometimes though, you wouldn't get every single one, and it would be just you had to kill an extra one walking into the room and so on.
Yeah. Gotcha.
We actually countered that by just not pulling it into the first room, where we just had 4 people assigned to horn in each corner, and then group up in the middle and kill it there.
Yeah, we avoided doing that because of the circles that spawn while the trash is active. So we
Yeah.
just had everyone stay back and kind of make sure that we stacked everything in one spot and just stay with it.
I did notice one thing here as I was looking at the poll, and it is something I've paid attention to before as well, and it kind of does freak me out a little bit. It is looking at your raid frames and not seeing debuffs on your fellow raid members. How do
Yeah,
you play with that?
no, it broke in a patch and I CBA'd fixing it. It was just
Fair.
something that yeah, it's broken now, so I can't really do. I'm using shadow uniframes as my raid frames, and it's
Mm.
really a
Oh,
pain
really?
to
Wow.
fix. Yeah.
Yeah.
So mainly just laziness, but I used to be able to see them in some of the earlier patches, and I just haven't fixed it.
Okay, I thought it was I'm a tank. I don't care about the people's
Who
debuffs. You know, let the
cares?
healers deal with that.
Yeah, nah.
Just siege patch add-on issues. Yeah, Shout Uniforms I think still isn't updated. Is that right? I've been using it a while, but I heard people complaining about it.
Um, there's some people that updated, but it's not
Oh, okay.
technically officially updated. I think it's pretty much just
Like a
people
fan
that
edit.
have the yeah, people that have the passion to fix it for new patches usually do
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah, I only personally use it for the like the personal and enemy health bar, and then I have
Mhm.
something else for my raid frames.
So here for Shaw, probably main thing to just point out right away is tanks can be one of the prison people here. The close one, you can stay in melee range. This is pretty
Yeah,
awesome. Makes it a lot easier to get those back ones.
yeah, it makes it very easy to assign like backups to the other ones and so on, because there's always 2 that you never ever have to care about.
Mhm.
So it just tanks will always do those 2. And then you can assign multiple backups in case someone gets into one of the prisons and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, we had some issues on sometimes these back ones, like even with backups for some reason they would, somebody would be missing. But as a pro warrior, being able to just heroic leap there, because mine would get finished pretty much instantly, because you're guaranteed 1 out of 3 insta on that one. So mine would get finished pretty much instantly, and then I could watch the back ones for like a heroic leap to uh, get somebody out if anything got messed up there. So that's kind of nice. As far as like vengeance cheese, anything like that. Um, uh,
There
pick up
is
the ads,
the
obviously.
Yeah, you can pick up the ads. We mainly more did it for our warlocks so that they could extend dots and so on.
Mm,
You can just have people not hit it. The biggest damage increase you can probably do on this fight is min-maxing getting into 100 pride though at
right.
some correct moments. Our push timings was a bit different almost every time, so we didn't really do it. We did it sometimes on the PTR, but it's just more when you know you're not getting another swelling pride, you want to go to 100 energy of your pride, and you get a damage increase for doing it.
Mhm.
And then at 30%, you go back down to 0, and then you take one more swelling pride, and you just go back to 100 by letting the boss continue hitting the person with the debuff.
The only risky part though is the mind control, right? If that swelling
Yeah,
pride does go off, you'll just get mind controlled. So that's
yeah,
that's the big thing to watch there.
yeah, that's why, because our timings were so different almost every pull on this on PTR.
Hmm.
Um, we can't just stop doing it because of that.
Yeah, makes sense.
Something
Probably,
also,
That's something I'm doing next week.
yeah.
Hope I don't have any guildies in here.
yeah,
Reality's
but
definitely not gonna get mind controlled.
if you do push a lot slower or you have a lot of people getting more energy, it's gonna make it spawn a lot more ads. So it is something that you can ask your guild to do. It's like maybe some people can get more like ad spawns and like maybe sometimes less damage equals more damage for your tank, but that's a bit too much. Like for me, like it
Wait,
it would
you
have
don't?
to.
You're not gonna tell people to AFK and intentionally stunning stuff to get more pride?
No.
Huh. Interesting.
Gotta wait till it gets taken off
You should
Warcraft
have gone back to
logs,
Warlock, man.
and then nobody will attack it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, the biggest thing to help your raid to think about is kind of just help soak the rifts when you're not tanking the boss.
Hmm.
It is your number one wipe, something you can wipe to.
Yeah,
And
and there's always some like behind the tanks too that are like way harder for the
yeah,
raid to get to, so it has
yeah,
like extra value because of that.
yeah.
Anything else there?
I know that one thing that we didn't do in the guild, but that we did in Holy Death GDKP. That's where the true pinnacle of strats are being cooked.
It's where gamers are forged.
Oh yeah, you betcha. They moved in before the projections, or is it called the projections? Like the ads that spawn, right? Moved in to stack them all perfectly, and then they were super easy to pick up. And I also think maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe the people just had more of the pride because it was a GDKP and people were bad. But it felt like more ads spawned because people were like stacked up a little bit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it is. I think it has to do with something like some people get to cleanse theirs to 0, and that is something I do think as well, if you do get to the, I think it's the 10 energy part, you do spawn more ads. I can't tell for sure, but it obviously feels like it spawns more the longer you're in the phase. And when you go to 30% and the next set of waves spawn, it is like that first wave of ads again. There's like 4 of them. So I do think energy does have something to do with ad spawning as well, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the little micro movement that the raid can do to stack them up, because you don't have to be spread at all times. You can stack up and move out. It does make it so that like if you stay around after you've dropped your ads, you're just gonna absolutely explode. But it is nice for just stacking things, and nice for the tank to be able to pick everything up.
Yeah.
All right. Good to move on.
Yeah. It's a fairly straightforward fight for tanks. There's not really a lot that you can do outside of just pride min-maxing and having ads on you.
Yeah, you can also obviously have the second tank if you have a good guy who is the off tank, just taunt for the debuff, so that you can just have the boss on you perma.
Yes. The old Ratha Feral Druid roll. Or
Yeah,
Cata
exactly.
even.
Yeah. If only we still had that.
Can't believe what they did to Cat form, man. All right, so for the beach trash, I mean, it seems pretty standard. Just kind of moving along the beach, getting in cannons, getting everything down. Any intricate details here I'm missing?
We were thinking about like doing some crazy pull here, but I feel like the more we did it, it was just like, actually, it's kind of just quicker to just pull things in a chain manner and have people jump into the cannons and do damage and stun them. I think the damage from the cannons is kind of irrelevant. It's not that insane, but it's the fact that it stuns them every time
you see.
Shoot, yeah.
Yeah, we tried to do like crazier pull on it. I mean, we only pulled this trash like twice ever, but we tried to do a little bit bigger pull. Did not go well. Then we just did the, go down slowly.
We did try something where we did pull away mobs from the cannons to activate them and just skipping the trash.
Interesting. Okay.
It was something we tried like late second week or something like that. But what happens is the RP for some reason just doesn't start. And it continues to say like 1 cannon remaining. And we were running into that problem and we just instantly stopped doing it.
Yeah.
But main thing is just target the shaman, kick the shaman, and when a shaman is dead, pull another shaman. The other mobs don't really do a lot. So it's just a lot of chaining.
Oh, did you guys have the bug where like you couldn't summon people unless they left Vale? And like people couldn't zone into the raid. It would like say they didn't meet the requirements for the raid and stuff like that.
No. The only time that happened was when we tried entering at the start. It said you don't meet the requirement for like 1 attempt, but then it worked. But no, we didn't have that.
This might be cold, but I've only ever seen NA people talk about it. Maybe it is an NA specific thing.
Dude, we would have won for sure if that didn't happen.
Shit, dude.
Something some people were talking about is if you summon in while like the RP is starting, like this combat RP is starting, you can't take it. I'm not sure how true that is, but there was something people were talking about.
Mm. Yeah, we just had a general issue where like if anybody left the raid and like they went to shrine to like reforge and stuff, they were just not able to be summoned back in until they went to like Orgrimmar. It was weird. I can't remember if that was also if they pre-summoned themselves like before they left or not, but definitely like trying to summon somebody that had left the raid already was not working for us. So for Galakras, I assume for these ads, like you're pulling them down like to the NPCs for flame strike and
The
stuff.
only ones we did it on was the first wave, because
Oh,
the
okay.
first 2 chargers take a decent amount of time to die.
Mm,
So, but outside of that, we just kind of played where they spawn-ish.
okay.
And the only wave was then when Galakras is up, we walk to the flame strike. But everything else is just kind of to min-max the amount of cannon damage that we do. Whenever
Mm,
that spawns, we just kind of want to kill it as soon as possible so that
right.
the people inside the tower can go a lot quicker.
Mm-hmm. As far as these mobs down here, main thing, for anybody that might be less familiar, the charge guys, make sure you stun them so they don't kill the NPCs. Just need to be stunned once they charge. And then the shamans. The shamans can like keep everything alive forever if you don't deal with them. Their healing is insane.
Yeah, our targeting was we priored on the grunts that spawn. So what we did was we had like our boomkin knock it a bit towards where the ads are spawning.
Mm,
And then we had our DK grip the grunt towards the trash as well. And then we focused the grunt so that the tower would open quicker
okay.
and he wouldn't get like a hit off on any of the mobs that are opening. And then we focused Shaman and we had Warlock's Shadow Fury, the charge guys, so that they didn't get to the mobs. On the wave with the frontals and the snake lady, we made sure to kill the frontal guys so that we didn't have any mishaps, and we kept the poison or snake lady above 50% so she doesn't go into her form and start spewing AoE already. But we started to just nuke the demolisher as fast as possible, and then we can bring her to 50% because the other team should be about coming down at that point as well. So it's gonna be pretty easy to deal with and have the extra healers in there. And when these dragons spawn, making sure that the raid is actually spread out did help a lot in terms of like our raid damage intake.
So on this boss, if like speed was getting each boss down quicker was a big thing for us, then we would have undercooked this boss so incredibly hard. Especially looking at the way that you guys deal with it, and then look at the kill times that afterwards in Warcraft logs. I was like, our kill was like 11 minutes and 40 seconds, something like that, and yours kills was like sub 9 minutes. I'm like, okay, doing something wrong. And the way that those demolishers die is not the kind of prioing that we were doing on the PTR, at least, because issue that we were having on the PTR was that the tower group was getting kind of owned by the constant stuns and the damage from the demolishers. And even though we didn't wipe often, it did happen. So we were just like, all right, let's just not go up into the tower until the demolisher is dead. But
Oh wow.
in your group, the Demolisher died after one shot.
Yeah, the
which
first
is
one
very
dies really
manageable.
quick because I hold Berserking for it as well. And just make sure that it only gets off one. The second one gets, I think, 2 or 3 shots. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember. But it is just the quickest thing because the way the tower group is going is they just walk just barely to the top. You don't aggro the last guy until the Demolisher is dead. Because getting stunned
Okay.
during that time is just you can have so many mishaps happening then, and it's just something that we kind of tried to avoid, and just made sure that we nuked the Demolisher as hard as possible. And it's here that kind of Destro Warlock came in. You use funnel a lot with Rain of Fire while it's up, and you use spam Chaos Bolts into it. So it was pretty much Warlocks and me just kind of soloing them mainly, and making sure that we got as it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah. We do have uh, some interesting tech here. Moon, who is the raid leader for Welcome, who got fifth in the race, he says you can root the Demolisher while it's rolling in and it doesn't shoot anything.
Ooh,
Oh,
that's insane tech.
yeah, that is
Yeah.
Pretty
really
good.
good tech. Yeah.
Definitely using that next kill.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's what we did. We literally just YOLO'd up the tower. The boss at the end would be at like, I don't know, 40%. I'd still be getting hit by the Demolisher. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
the Entangled tech seems good though. I like that. Or the instant kill or both. Definitely
And,
if I do siege again, I'll try to do that.
oh, not like this, man.
Yeah, I know, right, dude?
Yeah, I mean, the root tech seems crazy, and I mean, it's just something that you kind of expect isn't supposed to work. Like, I don't think we ever tried doing something like that on the Demolisher because it's just like something you wouldn't really expect to be rootable.
Yeah. I mean, they must have been like an accident or something like that, trying to root like one of the chargers or something like that, and then just, whoops. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yep.
Um, we had some issues like we were talking about before with shooting down that Galakras. But hopefully that bugginess will get resolved eventually.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing about it, but maybe I sounded out in our raid. I'm not really sure, but usually with like that shaman wave that comes in on I think 5 something, like around 5 minutes. We just kind of shoot it down at that moment. So technically, it's a pretty good trash pack to keep up for Vengeance. You could probably sit an average around 700 to 800k on this boss. I think if you're pushing during like one of the heavier damage ads, you might get a tiny bit more, but just making sure that you stand in like the line that comes out is really good, and having the boss on you also, like most of the time, increases your vengeance a lot on this fight.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think I dropped stacks from Galakras when we were killing it. Feels pretty safe even when you do get a little bit higher up in stacks.
Yeah,
At least
he's
as
not
a
too
top power.
scary, so it's pretty good. Then if if your guild would struggle with healing like on this fight, just having like a light hammer and a lot of vengeance would it probably helps progress guilds a lot.
For sure. Anything else there, or move on to Iron Jug?
Can move on to Iron Jug.
Yeah, I have to look into the keeping up the ad situation because that does sound fun. We
That looks
went
pretty good.
we went down with 2 shamans, and so it was just healing like crazy. So we were just like, all right, let's focus
Yeah,
down the
Shaman's
shaman before
scary.
we even go boss.
Yeah. So on Iron Juggernaut, our kind of the tech we do already starts on pull as to we have a shaman run to Orgrimmar entrance to press Bloodlust, and our healers kind of stack at the entrance of Iron Juggernaut to make sure that they don't get Bloodlust.
Okay.
And then we use they take Bloodlust on in the intermission.
That's really good tech.
Yeah, so like because intermission is still kind of scary, but
For sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what we did as well. I think
we
most people probably should do that.
we kind of tank swapped around depending on the most reliable like mine spawns. Early PTRs we were swapping on 4 and just like early testing and so on. And sometimes he could spell queue up like mines in different order, I feel like,
Yeah.
or his frontal in different orders and so on. And it would make it very unreliable. So that's why we kind of started to do 5 into 4 or 5 into 3, depending on like mine spawns. So, but it does require you to have very much like paying attention to your externals and so on. If you are someone that is going for purely vengeance on this fight, it is solo tankable very easily. You just need to make sure that you're using your externals very well towards the end, because the dot will be hurting a lot. And I do think if you're a class that has a HP increase on this fight, you could probably go up a lot in vengeance during the end part. That's where I think like Blood DK is probably the best tank on this fight. For example, because AMS and Vamp Blood is really, really good on this fight.
Makes sense.
Indeed.
And
yeah, one thing to like the debuff, it does start hurting a lot with the ticks, but it's a little bit weird. And I did some investigating on like several logs from several people as well. Is that the debuff, it increases your fire damage taken, and the frontal is a fire damage, but for some reason the frontal damage itself doesn't get affected by how many stacks you have. So the only additional damage you're taking from having multiple stacks is the tick itself. You don't take additional fire damage from the frontal, even if you do have more stacks.
yeah, no, the ticking is the mainly the scary part about I think at least, because when you do have cooldowns for the hits, they aren't too scary. So
right, mostly about I feel like the overlap of a tick into a frontal,
yeah,
which can be quite scary.
yeah.
One maybe under utilized spell that is pretty insane when you get to high stacks is Hand of Purity. Obviously, that reduces damage taken by 80%. It is really short, and you do lose a sack for it. But it's a 30-second cooldown, so you can use it more frequently.
For sure. It's something like if you are playing, if in your comp you have a red pala or a holy pala, it is something you could consider. I do think, or if your off tank is a prot pala also. But if you're main tanking it as a prot pala, I do think Unbreakable Spirit without the glyph, like the
for sure.
DP is very, very strong there. So
yeah, I think from a safety perspective, I think Prop Pally is probably better than Bloody K. but because they don't have as high of an HP pool, especially with the health increase from Banned Blood, and then if you pair that with Might of Ursoc from a Symbiosis, the Vengeance output is just going to be higher for a Blood DK, even if I think they're slightly more susceptible to die than a prop pally would.
Yeah, for sure.
And then maybe try to convince your raid that they don't need all of their rallies on the intermission either.
Of course. Yeah, once you get a lot of gear, some of these fights are gonna get crazy with just a lot of the vengeance stuff you'll be able to get away with. And on this fight, maybe it would hurt you, like you wouldn't get as many stacks. I don't know. As far as
No,
like totally vengeance maxing.
I think it's actually gonna be
If you
really
kill
good
too quickly?
because I don't think you're gonna be able to kill it too quickly for at least a very, very long time. Because the objective will just be to kill it before the intermission, and that will take a while, I think.
Once you get to that point too, you could probably just drop a lot of healers though, right? And just like really get a big DPS push to get you
for sure.
a much, much quicker kill. Anything else there? Otherwise, we got the most elusive trash, maybe, in the game. Try as we might, we can never pull all of it before the boss.
Yeah, we had some successful pulls on PTR, but the trash there's too many kicks and so on. Like you would kind of need to have like a CC rotation and stuff like that ready to go, and just not something we were kind of ready to do, because even if we cleared this trash a lot faster, we still had to wait for like 3-minute cooldowns to come back up, because we weren't gonna pull the boss without 3-minute cooldowns.
Sure.
We do he missed some of the trash in this pull, but we do a decent amount of pull. Like we pretty much pull everything around like this front area. We don't really run to like the next part, like behind where the bosses are or whatever, to pull that stuff. But these like shadow mages that we're killing right now, these we usually pulled in, and then we had a hunter run an MD, like the Shamans there are on the right side as well. But mostly just took it a bit calmer this time, just to kind of not have 50% of the raid die.
Yeah.
I think with this trash, there was one specific ad that is like standing on the right side of the keep, kind of, where I haven't seen that tech before.
What happened there?
Okay, no, so I tried to kick the mob and it made me charge into Narnia. So it had never happened before. This was the first time, and I don't know what happened, but yeah, I just died because of it and got some lava burst cost on me.
Yeah, no, some of the charges have been weird. Like on my warrior too, I've noticed there's some really bizarre goes. Yeah, some of the charges are just like insane paths sometimes. I don't know why lately.
That was a good movie. It totally interrupted my train of thought. But there's this peon guy that is standing kind of tucked in the corner on the right side, and he doesn't like leash out if you pull him. So if you kind of just clear things, you kind of forget about this guy because he doesn't pull to you. He just resets, right? But then if you pull the boss and you drag the boss a little bit too close to that guy that is still alive, whether it be because you're kiting away the blobs or trying to place a wall, etc., then the fight will just reset whenever the ad
Oh,
starts evading. So um, that one is pretty important to clear before the fight. Otherwise, you can lose some progression on your fight.
Yeah. We did have some testing tech that we did, like the innkeeper house, you can technically walk behind and jump over. So you could technically put stuff over there, but there was like a 50-50 chance that the boss just randomly resetted when
hmm.
you're doing it. So it was kind of cool, I guess, but just way too risky to use.
There was
Gotcha.
some interesting things that I know that some people in my guild played around with that involved parkouring from Galakras into the Dark
Yep.
Shaman's room.
Yep. Yeah, we had some people try that as well. Like seeing screenshots at like 1 a.m. in the Discord, just people like jumping above Orgrimmar and stuff like that. There were some people that were doing that.
Yeah. So like our thought what was like Galakras is so time gated that people start jumping over as like a group of like 4 or 5 and start clearing the trash. I think it was too burnt of a cook to go through it, but it was interesting to think about it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
That would have been amazing. So I mean, you guys are just keeping it together, doing the cleave circle around. We actually just did the split thing. We had like the small group, like over
Yeah,
super far away.
I think it's for sure the correct play when like you're killing for the first time. It is extremely hectic to keep both stacked. Like you can just get a wrong like mist spawn or like a toxic storm,
Hmm.
and it just kind of blocks off everyone, and it does so much damage that it just two ticks your DPS and they die. And it just gets a bit too scary sometimes. But I mean, with the amount of practice we had on this boss, we just kind of decided to keep them stacked.
Hmm.
It's also a lot more fun to play them stacked. So,
Yeah. I'm sure once people get gear, I'm sure everybody will be doing it this
oh
way
yeah,
too.
this fight with Garrett dies in like 1:45, 2 minutes. So it's kind of chill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
not bad.
we we never really entertained the thought of splitting them. I think mostly out of a sense of oh no, we're not a dad guild. We stack them. We're men. um, but then we kept doing it. I mean, it didn't take too long to prog. It wasn't that hard, and we went back and we had a few wipes because we didn't have a full roster. We didn't have a normal tank and stuff like that. And the FFS boys were just like, "Man, you guys are so fucking stupid for trying to stack them." I'm like, "Oh shit, did we did we screw up here?"
Yeah,
But we ended up
I
one shotting
mean,
it, so it was fine.
yeah, I mean, we had a really sloppy kill. Like, overall, a lot of people died in the run, but when you start getting to about this point, like where you've done a full circle, it actually does like become a lot easier in your second time going around. The like harsh part is when you're around entrance for the first time. That's probably the hardest overlap where you start.
Mhm.
having people die a lot and not paying attention to like the storm spawns or stuff like that.
Yeah, we definitely we kite the bosses a little bit of a different pattern, but yeah, there's always this one point where people start dying, and as long as you get through that, you're pretty okay, even if you do have less people. Don't need 25 to finish the fight for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had 25 alive when we killed it. Sometimes the other group would die too. I'd end up tanking both of them anyway by the end.
Yeah, something to think about if you're splitting them is restacking at the end of Bloodlust can actually make it a bit easier for you. So it's actually like if you do split them, hold them together during your Bloodlust and spawn like the tombs that should be coming about then, and then you rush with the boss to the side where people usually tank him, and then when you start getting to about 25%, 20% on the boss, you just stack them up together again, and this room should be really clear because it doesn't like putting the storms when you don't have any walls or any of the frontals is actually pretty easy, so it just makes the room already look a lot better. And it makes it killing them faster when it's they have bloodlust is actually very helpful.
Yeah. Did you ever play around with not stacking them, or was that pretty clear from the beginning that you were gonna stack them?
It was from the beginning. We just kind of stacked them, and since we knew we were gonna play a very heavy warlock comp, we just kind of decided it's for sure what we're gonna do. Something to also think about is you want to loot the key from the trash and open up the jail guys before you start the fight, because it's actually a flat damage decrease you take from everything, so it's really good to keep up or to have.
I think it's only nature,
wait,
but
wait, what is it?
Yeah, so when you kill like the trash from before, you can loot a key.
Okay.
And this key you can open up like a little cage to it's to the left side. There's 3 of them, and
Okay.
and you see them spawning totems there. These give you a resist or it's pretty much like the Shamans glyph where they reduce nature damage and stuff like that by 10%. And it's just up all of the fights, so it's really good to have like for a lot of the damage.
It's the guy from the bank that drops the key.
Yep.
You just run in, pull him, loot him, open up, and then it stays permanently. And it's like infinite range pretty much, so you don't need to worry about like outranging it or anything like that.
Yep.
Gotcha. Surely somebody from my guild knew about that and was doing it, and I just didn't notice.
I'm sure, yeah.
Surely.
Did you like ever play around with doing anything like vengeance-y here on this fight? Like maybe
Yes.
keeping up the dogs longer or taking more stacks, etc., etc.?
Yeah, we did have a lot of pulls where we did do where we kept the dogs alive pretty much the entire time. I don't remember what the difference, like how much damage the difference was, but the one problem is if you're not playing a Guardian Druid or a Brewmaster Monk, is that your stacks just infinitely keep going up if you're not dodging attacks or if you're like removing them somehow with like bubble or something like that. And that can be very scary because you already start needing a lot of like defensives even like early on. So we had like 3 to 4 kills where I did that. I kind of decided on race day that when we get to about the entrance, Warlock start putting dots up on the dogs, so I don't accidentally died during that point. We didn't have it happen, but it's just during PTR we never had it happen that I died. But it was more just of a it's a race day, just keep it simple, keep it clean, and just clear the raid.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the dogs up here, and I'm not sure the percent, like 30 something. They just died.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, you
yeah.
had
You
a
can keep them
good
up
amount of
and
value
you
for
can
sure.
yeah, if you keep them up and you stay alive, and obviously you can also be tanking both bosses most of the time, you will for sure be vengeance capping on this fight, and it's probably something that will happen during farm.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ever played around with getting the ads on you, or that's just just kill them quickly?
I did walk into them and thrash a couple times, but they do spike you a lot, and it's kind of not viable to have them close to melee on like a cleave fight as well.
Yeah.
They just kind of die off, but nothing too substantial. Like we didn't do it too much, but I kind of just decided very early on that it's not something that we'll risk.
Okay. Anything else for that fight, or looks like you had some good trash tech coming up?
No, I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I think just I mean, obviously we are going at it from a slightly different perspective of like um, the basics of the fight gets overlooked for the more mid max stuff, but it's pretty important to remember here as a tank that this is basically one of the only fights that where your positioning dictates how well the raid does by like so much. Like how you place the walls, how you place the ads, the distance that you're moving as well with the boss is a very big factor to consider as well. Early on, we were moving it in pretty short distances, and then we ran out of space. And like, well, we don't need to just min max the space because the stuff from before it despawns. So thinking about looking at timers, placing the walls correctly. If you have like any, if you're wondering how the wall is placed, the wall is always perpendicular to you, to your position, regardless of where you are. So even if you like nitro boost away from the boss before the wall and the wall gets cast, it's always going to be perpendicular to where you are looking and where your location is at the time. So just being very mindful of positioning, looking at timers, and then making big movements is going to help a lot in for your guild to get the initial clear.
Sounds good. Warrior 2, like if you want to, you could right as it's casting, leap out, charge back in, up on fire. Stuff like
indeed.
that.
Indeed. One little tip as well, by the way,
yeah.
the shaman, it has a frost bolt type of cast. I can't remember exactly what it's called. I think it's spell reflectable, but it's definitely dark simmable. So a DK can dark sim it. And if you're a frost DK, of course I am the now the guide writer for Wowhead for Frost DK, so I must know these things.
Are you?
Yeah.
Nice.
You it scales with your mastery. So you both get a really high base damage, but then you also get the mastery, like if you're Master Frost, a bonus. So it actually does an insane amount of damage. You can reflect it too? Yeah, there we go.
Nice. All right. All right. So for this trash, you guys all die over here. I assume we got a big skip
Yeah,
coming.
yeah, we have one of the priests on can run to like the entrance of about Ragefire, and you pull the cannons. I mean, you can't avoid pulling those cannons unless you're like invisible or something. But we had them run down there and just rest because we can't drop combat really any easier way.
Mhm.
And just had them rest there, and we did double in this run. We did double trash skip because most of the trash here is just kind of annoying to do.
Yeah.
So we just kind of decided we don't really want to play it.
Sure.
So we just had someone run to Ragefire and rest from there, and then we went again because of the Shaman pack that exists
Yeah.
just before the
Worst
entrance.
pack ever.
Yeah, there's two way we considered of doing it. Is one way is you drag them a tiny bit up, and then you continue the moment they spawn their totems,
Mhm.
you start spamming knocks on them, and then you
Mm.
kill before they spawn their second set. We just kind of decided not to go because sometimes they can still be in range of the totem, and just decided to die here and have a priest rest because the good part about priest rest is you don't have to wait for the if someone has a cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
kind
been a
of
weird
weird.
thing all of MoP. For anybody who doesn't know, the priest mass res for some reason ignores like the res timer, but all the other ones you get the res timer. So you always want a priest to mass res. Yeah, we did this skip right here. This wasn't definitely nice. That shaman pack is horrible. Never want to
Yeah,
fight that again after doing it on PTR.
Yeah, we did the we did something similar to Newman, but definitely more casual friendly. So instead of having everyone with a dagger, we everyone just used their yak instead,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, we did the
yacked
yak.
down to the Ragefire Chasm, died there because the cannon is just gonna kill everyone super quickly, and then instead of gliding down and death skipping, we shrouded past the first mage pack, killed the assassins, and then um, used roar and cloaking device to the warriors, so that we didn't have to rest there.
yeah. Most of the people in this run already had a dagger because they were early on in TOT. We actually had a plan to use the dagger in a pretty good like G-Con skip that we were doing early on, but we ended up not ever doing it that way, so we didn't really need a dagger. So there weren't very many people that had to go like get the dagger for this. So that was a pretty good like a lot of people already had it, so it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, we had a pretty decent amount of people with the dagger as well for Garrosh, which we can talk about later.
And I see you guys just take the Bladestorm guys into the boss here too. You have the value tank those.
Yeah, I mean it's mainly just can you stance like at a certain spots and holds them, and we let the warlocks just kind of finish them off. Everyone else
Mm,
just full on boss, and the warlocks gain damage by just continue swapping. So we just held them there for the warlocks, and since Ken isn't doing anything at that time anyways, he's just holding them in one spot so it doesn't go like and starts killing everyone.
all right. And
Um,
where What stacks were you guys like swapping out here?
3 most of the time because it
3.
just
Okay.
lined up well with
Yeah.
the execute.
Gotcha.
The biggest tech of the boss or the fight, I guess, is you can bait the shockwave on a specific person. So we had mainly Foji was baiting it, and
Mhm.
he stood at a specific spot, and he pretty much got every single leap on him.
Is the square right there? Yeah.
Uh, yeah,
It
looks like
looks
it.
like it, yeah.
Yeah, so if most of your range is far from the boss and most of your melee is close to the boss, it makes it so like that the person in between always kind of gets the
Hmm.
jump. So it's something that makes it a lot easier for your range group so that they don't have
Yeah.
to move very much. And the other thing is just gripping in the shaman. If you have a combat rogue here, it's actually makes this DPS check non-existent. Just tell him to like kidney the shaman and you have enough
Mhm.
time. But we kind of chained Hodge and like a secondary stun
Mhm.
just to kind of beat it not spawning a healing tide
Mhm.
because that does heal the boss very much.
Yeah, it's like 30%, right? It's probably gonna be a wipe
Yeah.
if it goes off. Uh, our stuns were a little inconsistent, so as it tanks, we all whenever the shaman got kind of low, we always just auto dragged boss away from it, just to ensure that nothing could happen there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything to avoid the tide, like healing the boss, is obviously by far the best thing. Because if it does heal, if it does heal and he's in protection stance, you probably lost like 2 minutes
Yeah.
on the fight just there. But
Did you guys beat him like beat the second defense stance timer, or did you kill him in defense stance?
I don't remember, but it's very close from what I remember. I think he just barely goes into it, or it's like he just barely doesn't go into it. It's very close.
Mm.
But we do drag like when we decide, yeah, this was the last wave we kill, we do drag the boss to where he is at the start, and then we let the other tank to just sit and hold the ads away from the boss,
Mhm.
so that nothing can like happen with healing or anything.
Yeah.
And like here, we just decide, yeah, we're going boss. Ken goes and takes these ads, and another set spawn when he goes to 10%.
Mhm.
He just makes sure he grabs them as well.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
seems
that's
really
really
clean.
as well. One thing to notice at that shockwave line, it can clip so it's beneath the ground, so you don't actually see the projectile. It didn't happen for us on the race, but it did happen several times on the PTR.
I think they fixed that, right?
It happened on the
Yeah,
last PTR. So
we had a lot of issues with that on
No,
PTR,
it
but
definitely happened on PTR, but I don't know. The entire animation looked way different. So, like, it looked like there were so many more lines than on PTR. So I figured it's all above ground now, so you can actually see it.
yeah, I haven't
yeah,
seen it
on
happen on
top.
live, but it's I mean, can only say it's been good so far, but
Yeah.
we'll see how it is. Maybe someone has it happen to them randomly now.
Hmm.
SB had one fully invis yesterday in GDKP.
Nope. All right. Not fixed, I guess.
Yeah. How do you think? Like, I want to play around with the idea of solo tanking. Nazgrim, thoughts?
I mean, it's just gonna be a bajillion
Um,
rage, right? Because it's
yeah,
5 extra rage per stack of Sunder. So
Oh,
it's
it
just
is.
gonna be like the entire room is gonna be covered
Shit.
in Ravager, right?
Shit.
It is very hard, but I do think like full Biscuit, pretty much anything is possible in this because you do gain so much from extra gear in this
It's
raid.
crazy.
So in full Biscuit, you'll probably be killing the boss during his first defensive stance and just kind of dodging a bunch of Ravagers. So then it for sure is something that is possible.
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright.
Ken
I
and
didn't know about
Chow
the
was
rage.
saying they tried and got 39 Ravagers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once you get one Ravager, you get more Ravagers.
Yeah, that was maybe the other thing to mention is that like switching tanks at really low Sunder stacks helps a lot with just managing the rage and Ravagers and everything. Because I think we ultimately did every 3, but for a little bit we were doing every 4, and it was like way worse, like substantially
Yeah,
worse.
it does allow your raid to kind of screw up on defense stance a little bit early on.
Yeah,
Like he doesn't go into it with as much rage and so,
yeah,
and it's kind of one of the main reasons. Like we just didn't want to spawn a Ravager because if we spawn a Ravager and someone is panicking and not paying attention, you probably spawn another one.
yeah.
So it's just something more like just kind of decided to do it the safe way since it's such
Mhm.
a kind of like a boring boss, I guess you can say. Like it's something we kind of just want to get over quickly with and
Mhm.
didn't want to do too much testing on as well. Like
Yeah,
we already kind of felt like we did too much testing on this boss where we did like 20 pulls or something like that, and it felt like we should be spending like the time on something else.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's kind of a long fight too. Like it just drags on. Spend a lot of
Yeah,
time here on accident.
yeah, if you accidentally let it heal or like you don't have the damage to beat the second defensive stance, then like the fight does drag on very long. So
Yeah, we like I mentioned earlier, we're a bit of a dad guild, so we're quite far from beating the defensive stance. So I think we got into defensive stance at like 14%, something like that, and we just push through it. We drag it to the other side and have one tank pick up as much as possible on the other side and just focus on the boss. So even if
yeah,
you don't beat it, you can do it. But
Yeah, I think that's the
it's a
play
bit
if it
rougher.
lines up like that.
I do think a good progression strat could be if you have a Prot Warrior in your comp is to just have the Prot Warrior grab every single ad wave. You 3 tank, just like where Nazgrim spawns, you play 2 tanks there. And
Mm.
you pretty much play like Empress, where you just shield block spam or shield barrier spam
Mhm.
all the time with the ads on you, because you will be having a lot of vengeance from it when it starts getting up to the higher waves. And it's definitely something you can do to not have to play the ads. And
You're saying the Prot
might
Warrior
be
just
Just
solos all the ads, basically?
you can solo all the ads, and since you're not killing the shaman, it's gonna spawn tides, and that will continue to heal up all of the ads that are
Mm.
around you. So you will pretty much just be building up more and more ads on you all the time.
Mm. Okay.
how long is the range on the totem?
It's short. It's like 10
It's
yards, something like
yeah,
that.
it's not very long. So you could technically also do it as like a prop paladin and
I was thinking Avenger Shield
stay
spamming.
in, yes, just focus casting on the boss like judgments, Avenger shields, and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's definitely something that is like something people can cook up, but not really a fun boss to cook up stuff on because you always have that defensive stance moment where it's one of the most boring fights and people just AFK.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, it's a really good tech as well for Warcraft logs parsing, so you can have ads perma heal and have warlocks dot them all up all the time.
Yeah.
Ken was saying too in chat, a lot of this PTR felt like making Thok to Garrosh unwipeable rather than min-max for speed. You agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. Like we already kind of knew, like if we have everything in a one-shot state, it's pretty much just a win con. Like
Mhm.
sitting and wiping on like either like Klaxxi or Garrosh multiple times is probably the only way to lose. And
For
we
sure.
kind of just focused on getting most of the bosses like to a clean point where it's dying pretty quick and it's not unsafe to do. So that's kind
Mhm.
of the main part.
Yeah, that was something that I feel like we in Step Brothers in TOT got baited pretty hard by, because we were doing all of the T14 races, and we were like, all right, a lot of it is about kind of min-maxing how you do trash and skips and focus, getting the bosses to a quicker kill time and stuff like that. That we kind of carry that mentality into TOT, and suddenly we've spent like a whole PTR evening just figuring out how to get Horidon down, 2 minutes quicker. But at the same time, we didn't kill Lei Shen on the PTR.
Mhm.
So I think we just misaligned, our expectations for TOT, and then now in SOO, with that kind of expectation, just spent so much more time on the hard bosses that would give us the most trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And I think like obviously this is like it's just how WoW has kind of been, is the game is progressively getting harder and harder. So like paying attention to, or like just focusing more on bosses will always kind of start being more rewarding than what it used to be in like T14 and previous tiers, like where trash skipping was so massive. And just getting everything to kind of a clean state is gonna would just be so much more rewarding. Like let's just say if they were to do warlords, like it's even gonna be more punishing to not be clean on bosses
Mhm.
than it is even in this raid. So
Yeah.
like it's just gonna go more and more towards just focus on bosses and make sure that you don't wipe on them.
For sure. So we're looking at the trash after Nazgrim. This is like such a long just area you gotta go through.
Yeah, there's some mobs in this that made us just instantly kind of want to skip it, because there's some
Mhm.
mobs that aren't movable and stuff like that. So it's kind of like on G-Kun again, where I went and did the skip again with just Nitro Boots and Invis Trinket, and then um, we just kind of rest at the top because
Mhm.
it's just better. And also pulling Malkorok despawns this cannon thing downstairs.
Mhm.
And if people are playing a bit too far out on the Malkorok platform, there's a possibility of it shooting fire onto the platform. But
Oh.
you have to play like a
Hmm.
decent amount of out to get
Okay.
that to happen.
Good to know.
We had the issue of we did the skip and everyone was dying, but then the demolisher started targeting the person that was up and was supposed to rest and got in combat.
Ooh.
We couldn't
Yeah.
we couldn't rest. It was pretty rough.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just kind of, you don't have to be a druid to do this. You can just stealth past here, or not stealth past, like trinket boots here, and kind of just use your defensives and rocket boost to run to the boss. And
Oh,
obviously you have to be one of the tanks that can res.
right.
So either monk, druid, or paladin. But other than that, pretty much everyone can just do it. And I mean, main part is we tried to avoid doing as much trash, like learning as possible. Also, it's just something that kind of decided very early on to do.
Yeah. Yeah, we actually didn't pull this trash a single time ever. And when we got here, we just kind of yellowed it as far as we could up here, and then just had a druid like battle res or mass res. It luckily worked out for us flawlessly somehow. Just yellowing in, but it was an interesting time, seeing trash for the first time. Day one. For Malkorok, what we noticed was that so on PTR he seemed to be immune to taunt pretty much always after the initial pull. On
Um,
on live, it seemed like only while he's casting things he's immune to taunt.
yeah, it's when he's done his smashes, he's immune for a little bit after. So I don't know exactly how long, but we kind of just winged it, and if it immune, we just
Mhm.
kind of said, and then when your taunt comes back up, you just insta do it.
Yeah, just try again.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest part of this fight is just like the second tank has to. There might be a scary moment for him just before you're about to start tanking Blood Rage. He might have to hold it for a bit more stacks than what is like very good to do.
Mhm.
Um, but it's like nothing to worry about because like the other tanks should be having cooldowns ready then because he doesn't need to pop them on the like frontal soaking.
Yeah, you had really good
Uh,
timing with the debuffs, and held it until like was it like 80% energy or something like that, and then the debuffs dropped right before Blood Rage.
yeah, I mean, I usually just look at the Breath of Yasharash Bigwig's timer, and around if you've taunt, like if you still have the boss on you when it's about 25 seconds left, and you're still taking extra stacks, you're gonna have them going into the Blood Rage. So you need your other tank to taunt at that moment. Otherwise, the frontal is not really doable.
Yeah.
But other than that, like being a tank that can increase your HP on this frontal soaking is
So good.
really massive. Yeah, because you can go up to about 2.5 mil vengeance if you do it correctly. I think it is,
Pretty
and
good.
just having the HP there is so incredibly good.
Yeah, it's uh Bloody K, Bear and Warrior are all really good for it.
Yeah,
Either way, you definitely want to have a warrior use rally at that point.
Yeah, so I
yeah,
got 2.1 mil vengeance right now. Oh
yeah.
man,
So
it just
it's
drops,
like
but yeah.
it's a really good thing to have. To have a HP increase for. And I specifically on Bear, I take the Ursol glyph that increases it even more, but increases the cooldown by 2 minutes. And for example, on Warrior and stuff like, um, I mean, on Warrior, you should probably play the Shield Wall glyph because, like, you're not really allowed to press shield wall and stuff like that in moments where you would want to, because then you wouldn't have it up for the face anyway. So it's really good to think about like what glyphs are good to use and stuff like that. Other than that, it's just having your raid have like a cooldown, like a MRT note running, telling them when to press it, and if you have the trinket from Fallen Protectors, it makes this boss also extremely easy to tank the
Oh
frontals
yeah.
on.
Yeah, I was
That one is,
hoping that would drop. We didn't get one,
yeah,
unfortunately. Just
it
so
makes
many
it,
uses in this raid for it.
yeah,
The blood rage happens at exactly the 2-minute mark. So planning out your cooldowns is pretty easy, both when it comes to offensive and also defensive. Like I noticed that you used survival instincts like right on pull as well. You know, might as well, especially because you don't have the healing shield as you start the fight. So it's pretty possible to get chonked out.
yeah.
And
One
then
thing,
for prot pals, you have you want to use your Holy Avenger on pull, but you definitely don't want to use your wings on pull, so that you can have
yeah,
your wings with Holy Avenger for the vengeance cap.
yeah. One thing specific to like the heal comp we were playing is I kind of liked getting shunked on pull because it made all of the priests healing funnel
Oh
into me
yeah,
a lot of the times. And if
true.
I was topped, I could feel like, oh, my priests aren't automatically healing me all the time. So I'm getting kind of no shields. But something
I
to
do
think about
recognize that
is,
from Portos.
yeah, something to think about is like if you don't have shield, then you are a class that can like self heal and you have your mitigation up, just pressing it to get your shield up is actually pretty good and kind of important to think about sometimes. Because if you're taking without a shield, he can slam you for like 1.2 million damage when you're at like a decent amount of stacks. So it is kind of important to have that shield.
Yeah,
For sure. One thing that was really nice on this fight with Prowler, we did a little bit with like full siege gear just to like see the fight at one point, and so I just like solo tanked the whole thing, and dude, shield barrier just carrying the entire time, very
Yeah,
fun, just like
yeah,
unkillable, getting your millions in shield barriers, and it's
yeah. When you start getting to the point of being really geared, the way you'll probably get vengeance on this is taking more stacks from his melee hits instead. Because it's just a flat damage taken increase, and you can actually start getting to ridiculous numbers if you have cooldowns that you can use.
yeah. If you have the trinket as well, there's always a possibility of just solo tanking the walls, having a second tank take over, so you drop stacks and then um, take the frontal.
Yeah.
Because I assume do you drop stacks always during the intermission or no? I don't think it's long enough, right?
I thought
So
you
if you do have
did.
stacks from phase one, you can keep them up for phase two, I suppose.
Um, no, I think you drop most of the time. Like he's inside Blood Rage for about 20 seconds, and then he has his RP before and after as well. So I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
that's true.
exactly.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not immediate. So trash afterwards. I think this was another one we just kind of YOLO'd and
Yeah,
res.
we
I
kind of
can't
just
quite
played it.
remember. We might have cleared it actually. I don't know. It's all a blur to me, dude.
It's like because you have to kill the scorpion up ahead to press on the
Mm,
lever. So
yeah, we probably just ran down here and cleaved everything. I don't know.
And we glider down. Saved 3 seconds.
Incredible.
There's a charge guy that like does a frontal cleave here.
yeah,
Just face him away.
yeah. I think I was trying to glider there as well, but I think I got dazed by our hunter.
Ooh,
Damn hunters.
it's a classic hunter move. Leaving pack on. All right, so we got was this Thok?
Yeah, I mean, in this room, the trash we're doing here is pretty much just we had our hunters go and kill the small goblins that could possibly turn into shredders.
Oh
And
yes, mechanics. I think maybe they're called.
yeah, and our hunters just mainly killed those off, and we just kind of tried to kill off all the turrets as fast as possible. But all of the goblins that are
Oh
coming out,
right. Oh yeah. This is to spoils, right? I always
yeah,
get mixed up in here.
yeah,
Technically till Blackfuse too.
yep.
Yep.
That's what I know. Welcome did Blackfuse instead of spoils on Thok because it was more fresh in their mind from PTR.
And then this one guy is pretty smoke right before spoils.
Yeah, the one that spawns all the ads.
Yeah. Ours was a
Yeah,
disaster. He spawned like 25 ads. We killed him, but it was like it was rough.
you kind of just have to pay attention to when the like arcane mage is spawning infusion or whatever it's called. But he does a cast that puts like an arcane zone under the ground, and it just starts instantly healing the guy. So
Yeah.
being quick to move out of that is really important.
Trying to find it. Apparently I went back too far. Well, anyway, the trash mob before spoils, make sure you move quickly out of the ground effect. So for spoils, you started on Klaxxi side.
Yeah, I pretty much always throughout our PTR just played Klaxxi. I mean, wasn't really a big reason to swap there.
Mhm.
Um, we also play one man down on this side, so I do think it's better to have whoever like does a bit more damage to play that side.
For sure.
We did go through a lot of different variations of wanting to kill this boss. Like we did a decent amount of testing on this. Our first iteration was playing one big guy only, and then doing the rest of the room. But the amount of time waste that was just a bit too much. So we went back to playing just the two of the big crates and four of the small ones and all the medium. And I do think the speed we did this fight on was really quick, but I think our kill here wasn't the cleanest, but it was still like one of our better fights that we knew how to do. The only thing that's very scary on this fight as a tank, from my experience, is the war caller on this side. If he goes frenzied and you continue to just take his hits, you continue to get a debuff all the time that increases like the damage you take by a lot. And since
It's
it's
an
up for
armor
60
reduction,
seconds,
right?
yeah, and I was getting shredded all the time when I had the debuff, and it was like the one thing to avoid so that you could open boxes quicker and not have to worry about dying.
Yeah, it was really nice to have the prop paladin there with the Fist of Justice, because you could basically take care of it by yourself.
Yeah,
If you didn't, kill it in time before the enrage happened.
yeah. So there's one cost that as a tank gods you kind of have to pay attention to as well, is the wielder, I think it is, that does the song of something. I don't Song of Rage or something like that. And DKs can actually dark sim this and give the buff to your friends. So it's actually
Oh,
a really good dark sim. If it only hits the tank, it should be a 50% damage increase. But how it works for the mobs at least is it splits among the amount of targets it buffs. So it's 50 divided by how many buffs.
oh, okay.
And if you only have like 2 mobs up and you let it be on the mobs, it starts hurting a lot as well. So if you're just playing like very safe, having people purge it all the time is really good. There's a lot of things to purge here, as well as like shaman, priest, and so on, to make the fight feel a lot smoother.
Is there some? Can you spell steal that as well, or is it only dark sim?
That I don't know, because that would have to be something our mage answers, and I don't know if he did it ever, but I just know that the dark sim works really well.
Yeah, for sure. This fight's a little bit annoying because there are quite a few elements of RNG. First is very noticeable, of course, is which monks you get. So
Yeah,
you won't always get the tank weapon, and so don't get used to having those stuns. And then of course not all the monks are as easy to kill as one another. We had a lot of people die to the Windwalker one with the Blossom.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
But then the boxes that they're in are also RNG. Obviously, all the boxes are in the same space, in the same place always, but what is in the box will be different each pull.
yeah. This is something that is mostly annoying on the Mogu side when you get there. It doesn't matter as much on the Klaxxi side, but it
Yeah.
is like if you did know exactly where everything was, it would be really easy to take medium boxes with the big guy. But it can be really annoying sometimes to get the big guy and anima golem, because randomly he can
Oh,
just AFK and start casting while the anima golem puts the healing ground, and then you healed like 50-60% of the HP of the guy. So something I always avoided was picking up the medium one until I knew, like, yeah, we're killing him before the anima golem can possibly spawn any healing
yeah.
grounds.
Yeah.
Something I noticed is it's pretty much always gonna be rotating, so it's never a medium and into medium will never be like golem. So it's always gonna be something like anima golem phylactery, and it just kind of rotates like that.
Yeah.
So that's something that's pretty good to think about when you're picking up like the big guy. And if you know it's a phylactery in the next one, taking it with the boss is totally fine. Taking Anima Golem with the full HP boss can be really annoying.
Yeah, so when we were starting progression on this, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna start making my plan, my route, and everything like that. And my plan, so I started Mogu side, and my plan was always, double monk into big guy and medium guy, and and the urn had a 100% spawn rate. And I'm like, oh, the urn is great because the urn speeds up the melee attack speed by a pretty substantial amount. So you get really good vengeance. So you can go down, get good vengeance, focus all your cooldowns on the big guy, and life's good. And then I got an anima golem. I'm like, oh shit, this fucking fight. So that plan was foiled pretty quickly.
This is another thing to look out for too. Like right there with the anima golem and the phylactery there. With it dropping out of the ground, obviously you can't move the phylactery, so it's just soaking in that, and you can see like
Yeah,
how long
It
it
doesn't
takes to
spawn
kill
on.
that.
It doesn't spawn on the
It-
phylactery though. So that's
yeah, as
you know.
long as you don't grab the golem on top
Yeah.
of the phylactery, it doesn't spawn on. It spawns on the Mogu guy that spawns from the phylactery, but that guy doesn't do. Or like, yeah, you're not supposed to be really killing him. You're supposed to be killing the phylactery. So as long as you don't grab the anima golem straight on top of the phylactery, it won't be getting the healing. So that's why opening a medium there is actually pretty good to do. The only thing to avoid, or that you kind of want to do, is be kicking actively the Moga guy that spawns from the phylactery, but never kind of focusing him.
Is it not this part I'm watching right here? Is it not healing it? It looks like it's the edge of it is healing it, and it's taking a while to kill it. I could be wrong.
No,
It does heal it, but it's only if you spawn it with something else on top of it. If that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, if you spawn from like any of the other mobs on top of it, it will heal. But I think you can see on my UI that on the debuff bar that sometimes they get like the sanguine effect on them if they're in the healing ground, and you can see that the phylactery never really has it on it.
Okay, I could be wrong. It looks like it was taking a long time to kill because it was going up in HP, but it might just be too small on my screen. Okay, so don't worry about anima golem with phylactery. Not an issue.
Yeah. This fight is definitely. It kind of feels really weird at first. Like you don't really know what to press. I'm gonna be completely honest. I had no plan of what boxes I should open. Like I had a general sense from the PTR, but after the PTR, we got into starting to think about killing it again. 3 weeks later, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm gonna vibe this. And as long as you always have something open, and warlocks can like extend their dots and stuff like that, you'll be pretty fine. But there's also no need to like completely overdo it. The timer is fairly generous. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to beat in the world, but as long as you do have something rolling and you know the numbers that each ad gives to the energy bar, you get 1 from a small one. Or is it 3 or 4 from a medium
3
one?
from medium and
14 from big.
large. Yeah.
As long as you know those numbers, it's fine. For some reason, my energy counter wasn't working on release, so I kept asking my raid, like, what do I want now? What do I want now? Okay, I need to open this, and we're good. Okay. We did have an incident on this boss where we finished it, but we in time, but we didn't click the levers quickly enough,
no.
so we wiped. First pull there.
Ugh.
Yeah, the one thing I can, if your guild is trying to do like only 1 large and you're struggling with the enraged timer, I would really recommend that you start doing 2, and you can even add a healer if you're struggling to heal it. It will still gain you time on the boss fight to do 2 of the large guys versus doing 1 and the entire room. It
100%.
it does like speed it up. really like a really significant amount.
So for Thok, I think you got some fun stuff here, right? Some big damn.
Yeah.
Anything for the trash, or pretty much just group it up AoE?
It's a bit scary if you pull all of it together. It does do a lot of damage, but if you do notice that the Yeti is charging at a good spot, taking the bats and these like pterodaxes
Mm.
to it helps your disc priest a lot to just top the raid permanently.
Oh,
Because the damage
atonement.
increase just increases their atonement. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
nice.
that's a really good thing to do. But we had like the worst sets of charges, so we pretty
Yeah.
much just took it a bit more calm. Otherwise, we usually just took the bats and the other birds and just straight rushed to the Yeti to kill it.
Does he only charge in like one line back and forth between those two walls, or does he go to other places?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we've only had him charge twice,
Oh yeah,
so I don't
that's
know if he
fair.
ever changes. Like, he definitely does change based on ID. Like, he
Yeah.
can start from top right to bottom left and so
Mhm.
forth. But I don't know, like, if he's charged for like 10 times, if he ever like changes his
Mhm.
trajectory.
Yeah, I haven't seen him enough, but if it is consistently just going between the 2 points, I guess when you do your group up of everything, you could just go to where he's not, knowing that he's gonna move across to the other side of the room soon.
Yeah.
How come you guys drag it out all the way here instead of just like take it in the middle?
It has to do with the. I mean, you could probably do it in the middle, but it's mainly to do with the fixating and timing and so on. That this is the point where we know, like we already knew exactly where fixates would end and so forth by having it start over here.
Okay.
Other than that, like in this first phase, if you're perma solo tanking it, the biggest thing to think about if you're a tank that has HP increase is that you want to use it towards the end, because you can get some extra vengeance by doing that. I popped mine a bit too early in this just because I wasn't paying too much attention. But uh, making sure you have the max amount of vengeance going into the fixate is really important, because it's pretty much just a 10 seconds of you getting to do DPS with over 1,000,000 vengeance.
With the fixate phase, did you have any issues with him like eating you when you were behind him or on the side of him at all?
Yes,
Okay, because
you,
I
you
literally didn't DPS him at all during fixate because on PTR, I could be like 15 yards behind him or whatever, and I would just instantly die to the fixate somehow. So I was like, yeah, I'm not even gonna worry about it.
you'll actually see on the second pull it does happen, but like being here and just DPSing with the amount of vengeance that you have here,
Mhm.
even if you do die at the end, it's just kind of worth to do.
Yeah, you got time to get rezzed and won't be a problem or anything.
Yeah.
From what I know, it's also almost entirely based on like how close you are behind him. And even if you are far behind, but someone else is a little bit closer into his hitbox, he'll turn around for that person and also eat you.
Oh, it's like a
Yeah.
chain thing onto you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So as long as people like play at max melee range, you should be fine like always. But people aren't always going to be respectful of the distance.
Mhm. And it just gets increasingly more not worth it kind of as the phase goes on, and it gets like quicker, and you don't have that vengeance. But
Yeah, if you don't have
that
vengeance,
early part
it's AFK.
seems pretty good.
Yeah, we always use our key at the end of this fixate. We used it a tiny bit too early here, but
Mm,
when it's around 13 stacks and it's at the entrance fixate, just as that one ends, that's when you want to click it, and
mm,
then you should get pretty much a perfect lineup here with like your next tank spot and stuff like that.
Also important, taunt when the phase is about to begin.
yeah,
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 Threat loss reset and don't wait for the guy to become active and then taunt. Be a little bit premature with that, so they doesn't slap one of your healers in the face and you start falling behind.
for sure. And then I mean, on this one, you're taking the poison. You also have these bats spawning, great for vengeance.
yeah, we did play around with just having bats and tanking boss. It's no problem to do at all. Like the main issue is bats putting up debuff on the raid, so
Hmm.
it was more just a safety thing for the raid to
Yeah,
for me to walk there and have them there and kill them. And the reason why we decided that I should do it is just Bear is better at AoEing than Paladin is there, so it was just kind of the obvious choice to do.
sure.
And picking them up on Paladin might be a bit annoying if you don't have
Definitely.
Spect Light's Hammer.
You want to have Light's Hammer here either way, though, because of the raid
You,
healing. It's quite
yeah, you
insane.
can definitely.
But I want to look at maybe phase one. Like, how do you plan out your cooldowns? I think I remember watching a VOD and that you had MRT planned out for every single, like for the entirety of phase one. So you didn't actually call for it yourself.
No, on this I kind of just free for all it on
Ah,
this
okay.
one. The only fight we really had MRT tank CDs is Malkorok. Everything else was just kind of pressing the thing and whispering and having
Okay.
the WeakAuras.
All right, all right. When did you start like committing cooldowns? Like, how many stacks do you have when you start committing cooldowns?
I start pretty early. You can definitely wait a bit more, but like I just press Barkskin because Barkskin will be up for like the next part that I want to have it up for and so on. And
Right. Short cooldown.
yeah, and at like around 4 stacks ish, I start thinking I kind of want to have sack or metagem or sack and Vigi at the same time. And then if I don't have that, it's either like sack plus bark skin or just sack plus something else. And I try to be like around 30% DR at least all the time after 4 stacks. And metagem makes it a bit like I don't really like setting up cooldowns to be like on a timer, because if you just
Right.
have infinite amount of metagem procs, you just don't need some of the externals and you can just hold them off for a more scary time. So
Hmm.
so it's definitely something that maybe would during farm you start going a bit higher, and then you might have to start being a bit more like holding your CDs a bit further in and so on. Because if the raid can survive more stacks, you will also have like a longer tanking phase. So you have to consider that in as well. But I just kind of started calling and chaining until I knew about, yeah, we're about to go into the phase, because otherwise the raid is just gonna die. So as long as I have the cooldowns running until that point, it's just good.
Okay. Anything else you want to talk about on Thok? Otherwise, we can move on.
No, I think you guys definitely killed a little bit different than we did. We did not spend as much time in the second door. So we killed it on the third fixate phase. So we had a full frost phase as well. Did you guys have any frost phase at all, or did you kill it during the?
No, we killed it just before frost phase, and
Yeah.
mainly we kept like the kiting phase a tiny bit longer because like when he goes to the NPCs, he heals as well when he hits them. So
Yeah.
that was like the main reason we kind of kept the kiting phases a bit longer, and the better you play the like acceleration shouts, and like on PTR we were doing sometimes up to 27 and then going in. I think we decided to start doing around 23, 24 now on like the last couple of days, and we did that on live as well if I remember correctly. And we still had the damage to beat having to go into ice phase.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely something that's worth mentioning. You know, with the healing, is that you're not necessarily safer for you know, getting the boss out of fixate phase. If the boss is at 3% HP, just commit to killing it. You know, if it's even a 5. What would be the lowest percent that you would consider, or the highest percent that you would consider? You know, just saying frick it.
Very much depends on your comp. Like if you're a lot of
For sure, yeah.
range, like you can do it at like if you're going into the phase like 20%, you could play it for. Like you could play it for a very, very long time. And it's just pretty
Oh, this was
like
actually the wipe. I had completely forgot about that.
yeah, we had a wipe because for some reason, like when we stacked, we didn't get like a phase, but it might have been because we had some people already dead before.
It looked like you were pretty damn stacked though.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, what we were talking about earlier, you know, if you're close to a kill, just commit to it during the fixates. Otherwise, if you do put in the key, the boss will heal, and you'll need to commit at least a few cooldowns to surviving the AoEs, and things can snowball.
What's the stack number you have to have again? Was it 15? 13? Gotta be like 15, right? Because it's like slightly above half.
Yeah, I'm not too sure exactly what the number is. I'm just kind of assuming that that was probably the reason why he didn't phase, or like some people were maybe too high HP.
Yeah, they're at like 51%.
Yeah.
Oof. All right. We could talk Blackfuse.
I'm curious about Blackfuse, yeah.
Twitch is flying through Veil, try to get there.
Yep.
Twitch is taking a little bit.
I did screw up here, and I did forget to buy an extra meta gem. So this is me flying to buy a meta gem during the thing. So
I was pretty close to doing that myself. We were sitting before the race, and I'm like, why do I have 5 primal diamonds in my bag? Ooh, yeah, that's right. I meant to pick up a meta gem.
Yeah, so we decided that when we're done with Thok, we're all just gonna kind of go Hearthstone, and most people that got a lot of gear are all just gonna go fix everything, and the people that didn't get gear just fly straight to the raid, because Hearthstoning and flying to the raid is quicker than just running straight to Siegecrafter.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Where does it? I mean, maybe it'll show us right here. Oh, okay, yeah, it just puts you right there. Nice. Anything for this trash, or just want to talk Blackfuse?
Tank
Go
everything in the
Blackfuse.
big pools, get big vengeance, make sure you have DPS cloak on, and you'll pump.
Big bump. Which apparently doesn't like how many times I've tried to look through this VOD. It's throttling me. For stacks, how many stacks did you guys do for Blackfuse?
We did like first person goes to 3 and then resets at 5 or 6 depending on like how we feel, and then we drop and go back to the certain amount of stacks that we already decided on. If there's like nothing is happening, Shredder is about to spawn and the debuff is about to happen, and one person is at 5 and the other person already reset, we just kind of talked to each other and said, can you go to 6 stacks? Because anything to help kill off the Shredder faster is just good to do.
Mhm.
So, and if you said like, if the other tank says, yeah, then he goes to 6. Otherwise, you just taunt at 5. And I mean, the Shredder still dies, but it just dies a lot quicker just with a tiny bit more stacks. So, kind of the main
Definitely.
thing.
Yeah, 400% more damage per stack. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah.
So the way that we did it was I would get 3 at start, and then I would just I would take him out. I would kill him. Was trying to stack on the saw blades, but wasn't that big a deal. I feel like the damage on the Shredder is fairly like irrelevant unless you can kill it before the death from above. Because after the death from above, the it just instantly melts basically if you're anything else than a Brewmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since it has the huge damage taken increase. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, almost flew off.
I saw a
Um,
Shupa flew off.
On that topic too, should mention, as long as you're like not on the edge here, you're like next to the part where it, goes up a little bit, you're immune to getting knocked off, basically.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
just
I
need
mean,
your
it's
back like against that. Just be slightly below that, and the knockback will just put you like on the lip there, and you'll
yeah.
never get
Yeah.
knocked off.
Pretty neat, pretty neat. And if you do get knocked back, be quicker in your glider.
Yeah.
Don't be long. But yeah, so after we killed the first one, I went back to take a 5th or a 4th stack, and then the ad would spawn. I would keep the boss and get the 5th stack, and then I would commit some decent cooldowns and just nuke the ad on top of the boss, to get both, get the ad down before the death from above. So actually more so for before the second raid AoE damage. So that you just reduce that, and then no death from above, of course. And you also get to cleave on the boss, plus you get to help out with the mines. But after that, we were chilling pretty hard with just like playing it safe and getting. I reset after 5 stacks um and took out the ad when I didn't have cooldowns available. But you could definitely go way higher. I think we were playing pretty conservative.
Yeah, for sure you can. The biggest thing other than the stacks I would say on this fight though is if you're playing DPS cloak and like since tanks can't get focused by the mines, you're standing in there and like AoEing them is a lot of help for your melees and range killing them off.
Yeah.
Like if you ever get a cloak proc during that time, it is so much damage just done onto them, and it helps a lot with
Did you run DPS cloak here?
killing them. I think every single kill on PTR I did, I think I didn't do it here.
Okay. Yeah.
I just decided kind of like, kind of don't want to die, even if like it really never happened on PTR. But it's just like a kind of thing where I decided kind of it's race day, and I'm gonna let other people fuck up so that we have combat races for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I did find my cloak did proc a fair bit amount on this boss, but I usually went higher stacks on PTR. But yeah, cloak. I think tank cloak for most people is so good.
It's a bursty boss.
Yeah. I mean you only really have 2 points at where you can die as a tank here, I feel like, and it's during frenzy of the boss and during the big hit. He doesn't really do anything otherwise, so
yeah, for sure.
It's definitely something that will make it very safe.
But yeah, next week for sure, DPS cloak, 100%.
100%.
Those mines will melt. No Ella Shamans will be able to use Chain Lightning on them.
Surely Warcraft logs already took them out, right? They love taking out every ad in every fight.
Yeah, I already locked the rank 1 on here,
Easy.
It's so funny looking at Warcraft logs after right now with like you'll have like two kills by 1 spec on the boss, and 1 is 100 and 1 is a 0.
Yeah. We had some of ours like get invalidated because of trash. So like Dark Shamans, there was like some random like peon or something.
Yeah, we had
like
same.
that got pulled during the fight, and so it got invalidated. And I think our Nazgrim did too.
Yeah, because of the ads
Yeah,
when
I
you pull
think
the boss.
for sure ours did as well.
We so a bit unfortunate with the Shamans, because that was also 100 log, so invalidated. Such.
All right. Let's talk Paragons. This is gonna be a big one. I feel like a lot of people could be helped out by this one. I can't remember if I already asked, but do you guys consider Paragons or Garrosh to be the harder overall fights?
Oh, I mean, tactics wise, Paragons, gear check and like doing damage and so on to make the fight kind of easier, it's Garrosh. I do think if we didn't have like some of the like extra buffs or the item upgrading, like the extra eye levels, Garrosh would be harder. But because we have that, Garrosh is such a heavy gear check that it just kind of gets a bit more obsolete when you have a lot of gear.
Yeah, for sure. And then also, like we talked about earlier, Garrosh is so incredibly scripted that I think they're about the same as, like, I think we spent almost exactly the same amount of pulls on Garrosh and Klaxxi. We killed Klaxxi on the 99th pull, and then Garrosh was like 100 and like very low hundreds. But with that said, it's much easier to now re-kill Garrosh, even in lower gear levels, because everything is so scripted, and you can get back to the points that you've already progressed through extremely quickly. Whereas on Klaxxi, you can have a pull where you get to the last guy, or let's say you wipe to an rage, or you wipe at the second to last guy, and then you pull again, and then you wipe to the second boss or the third boss or the fourth boss, and you just kind of have to progress it in a very different way. But mechanically, yeah, Paragon's a lot harder. I think eventually you'll kind of just outgear that too, so you don't really have to worry about a lot of mechanics. But yeah, I agree with Dory.
Yeah, Paragons feel like it's kind of a double whammy with the gear. Like, obviously, you're going to push phases way quicker and less opportunity for mechanics to happen with the extra DPS, but also just the huge amount of stam increase on everybody. Turning those,
Yeah.
like, 30k overkills and stuff like that into living.
Yeah.
Yeah, fire lines become irrelevant, and you can much more easily soak the fire beam and stuff like that.
So here you're starting on Skier, baiting the Bloods onto Recall. At the start of the fight, you just make sure he's the lower one. When the first Bloods get cast, they go to Recall, and then just pump Skier. Don't have to worry about Bloods for a while. They are slowable and stunnable, though, so if you do get another set of them spawning, you can slow them, stun them, prevent them from getting there. You can, kite the boss away from them, too, if you need to.
Did you ever look at what we were doing on this boss, Midori, with the tank wise?
A little bit, but I don't remember exactly.
Like the way that we do these first two is I start on the recall, just like tank him until the blood spawn, and then I run over with like big defensive cooldowns and tank Skier. I think it's Skier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he has like a huge damage amp, so you get insane vengeance and then pop offensive cooldowns
Yeah.
and
One thing we were having issues though with sometimes is that he would delay his bloodletting a tiny bit and it wouldn't spawn the bloods. And sometimes what happened was we pushed just as he did it and killed it off. And it makes the bloods very slowly move to recall. So what happened then
I
was
see.
just they spawn and we're DPSing recall and pretty much we just lose a bunch of time when they continuously heal him. And it was one of the issues we were having. So you kind of had to stop both on this and recall because we needed to get mutate 4, so we had to stop a lot of damage to like make sure we don't accidentally kill him before. So that was
Right.
some stuff we had to pay attention to.
Yeah, so no need to optimize damage when you already have to stop for.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you manage the parasites, by the way? Did you let multiple debuffs go through? Or
Yeah. I think with a 2 through, and I'm not entirely sure if we'll let third one.
It'd probably just be 2. You either do 1 or
Yeah,
2 because
I think
you
I think it was.
spawn 8 of them and you get 3 scorpions per mutate.
Oh,
So
yeah, and we just
yeah.
had people like eat multiple times a lot
Hmm.
because we
Yeah.
didn't go. We always played 4 mutates that I remember,
Hmm.
but yeah, I guess we did let 2 through then.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Like really trying to make sure scorpions finish eating all of these. Because if you take them into the next phase, they're very annoying. You can kill
Yeah,
them. You gotta focus them hard though, because it's kind of like Deathwing, where it's like every 10 seconds they do a full HP heal.
yeah,
You can also just CC them in a corner. Just have them.
I guess I don't know.
yeah. If they spawn away from like where you're actively like damaging stuff, it's mages can polymorph and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's obviously not ideal. But yeah, there's also a window um, where you can stun them as well when so you can extend the window that you can kill them in, so they don't heal up.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the things that took the most amount of pulls to begin with, to kind of figure out how to do right without getting people dead.
So for Corvin and his sec, this is gonna be you got the amber scorpion, right? Midori?
Yeah,
So yeah, this is gonna be the big burst window coming up soon
yeah.
with
We make sure that we put Hisek in the amber, and the moment that happens, pretty much when he does like a stun on the other tank, that's usually around the time I go into Scorpion on the first time.
Mhm.
And then if he does a second stun, the other tank just makes sure he taunts it, so I don't get stunned
Mm.
during Scorpion.
Do you worry about carousel at all? Or do you just go lots of externals and tank both during Scorpion?
I just go a lot of externals. Having both of them on you while you enter Scorpion is so good because it just increases your vengeance a lot.
Mhm.
And the more damage you do in Scorpion, the easier you make the fight for the other people.
Yeah, the attack power modifier that you have in the Scorpion is wild.
Yeah.
Any defensives you precast before you go into Scorpion, do those actually apply to you while you're in Scorpion or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was
So
doing
it's really
that.
good to have something
Yeah, I
on.
was doing that, but I wasn't 100% sure that it was working.
Yeah, the Scorpion is a little bit finicky because you do take a lot more damage while you're in Scorpion.
Yeah. The Scorpion was
Yeah.
very scary. There were some pulls I just like didn't press it if things were like going well for us, just to not
Yeah.
introduce like the risk of like wiping to a tank death like that.
Yeah, so this is obviously, I think, for pretty much the entirety of SOO, I'm like, yeah, Guardian Druid is fine. It's good in their comp, but I think in general, like it's okay. But when you get to this boss, Guardian Druid just becomes the best tank by far. And it's twofold. The main thing is that the Scorpion inherits your stats. That includes crit. So you have like 80 to 90% crit in the Scorpion, which is wild.
Pretty good.
Obviously, none of the other tanks really have that. Except maybe Brew, but Brew has the other issue, and that is that when you're in Scorpion, you also inherit your defensive stats, and you need most tanks need active mitigation to live while they're tanking, but Bear doesn't really have that to the same extent. So they're just a lot beefier while they're in the Scorpion, and then they do more damage while they're in Scorpion too. So a Bear is able to abuse Vengeance better, and then also utilize that Vengeance better. So it's pretty
Yeah,
damn nice.
You can see the damage meter here. Looks pretty good. Bears sitting on top. And then getting all the externals for Scorp. So your timings for using Scorpion, obviously you're doing it for the Corvin burn on the first one. I lost track of where we are. What was the boss you just used it on?
On Zero, like
Zero.
something in this run is
Okay.
we were like a solid 20 seconds like faster on his sec. So the Scorpion was actually a bit delayed compared to what it normally was on PTR.
Gotcha.
And usually we have it a bit earlier, but everything still like went fine. We tried to avoid getting always avoid getting the next calculate, so that was kind of the one thing to beat.
I watched through my my kill of water from Garrosh yesterday, and in the comments, I had a comment from some Twitch account called Midori, and it said, the way you guys did Klaxxi stressed me the fuck out.
Yeah.
I want to clear up what made you so stressed out about our kill.
A lot of times I saw you guys not beating the Corvin check, and this stressed me out a lot. And like that was like something that like I feel like it was too close all the time to not kind of use Scorpion on. So it's like one thing that makes it a bit like scary, I
think
guess.
we only had the one time where we didn't make the check. No, it was the.
I mean, mainly on PTR was it from when I saw it.
Okay,
Like that it happened sometimes.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's fair. I think we didn't really play around the Scorpion that much because we were a little bit worried about. I did use it a few times on Corvin, but when it kind of didn't feel that needed, it felt like it introduced a pretty big risk with having both Corvin, Karos, and 2 bleed stacks. At least as a pro paladin without, I guess I could have used proper cooldowns and externals and whatnot. But yeah, I can definitely see how someone who's utilizing the Scorpion well would look at our kill and be like, "Oh man, they need to use Scorpion more."
Yeah, because if on this fight, I feel like if you've cleared past his sec, and let's just say you randomly despawn 5 people, you can still kill the boss very easily if you're using the Scorpion very well. Because the difference on some of the kill bosses, for example, I do about, I remember I used to do about 120 or 140 mil or something like that in Scorpion, and then my vengeance damage, of course, is on top of that. And the other people were about 20 mil-ish. So the like damage the other people were doing wasn't very like significant, and the kill timer just continued to go down so much for us all the time when like you started getting used to using the Scorpion and getting the extra uses from them as well. Because holding it so long, just like making it so that you don't get the extra uses, can also be something that was like at the start for us. I mean, our first kill was just barely 12 minutes, like 11:50 or something like that. And I thought that if we're gonna have people dead on the kill, I need to kind of utilize this Scorpion a tiny bit better. And then we started getting down to 10-minute kills, 9:50, 10:20, so around that area. And most of it is just like the tank using the Scorpion very well and making sure that you have on the annoying targets like Saril and on this manipulator guy towards the end is really good to have on as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Because avoiding more like Kachungs and avoiding calculates is such a time saver as well.
Definitely.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does work with offensive coolness as well, like Avatar and Avenger, Rending Wrath.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
that does not outweigh the benefit of having 90% crits.
Yeah.
The Kunchongs later in the fight when they do their enrage thing. I thought I had read they were supposed to be tauntable. They definitely were immune to taunt. Did you have
Yeah.
anything you did for them other than just kind of go out and hit them?
Most of the time, like the way they kind of worked for us most of the time on PTR was just flat out. Sometimes they got taunted for 2 seconds and then just dropped the aggro completely. And we kind of just assume that's how it works and like how it's gonna work. But something you'll notice if you go watch a lot of old retail videos is just whoever had aggro on them just kited them. So if you did have aggro and the tank couldn't pick it up, you were just running away from it. It wasn't really too much that we put effort into. The Ken was mainly the one trying to pick them up like very heavily because most of the time if they spawned early on, I had 2 bosses on me usually. And it would get like a bit scary at that point because you kind of want to hold some of your cooldowns for going into Scorpion.
For sure. Yeah, towards the end of this fight, anything you do differently to close it out? If like I feel like a lot of raids will probably have like some people dead at this point.
Yeah,
yeah.
a lot of people are have been targeting Garrosh instead of Killrook during this time, and I really recommend that people target Garrosh instead of Killrook instead of Garrosh, and kill Garrosh last. Because if you get to enrage on Killrook and he does his reave,
Yeah,
you pretty much instantly wipe. If you get Garrosh to enrage, you can actually play that for a solid extra minute. Because all he does is charge and jump up and throw the ambers, and the ambers doesn't do any increase. So you can still survive for a very long time by just running away from him, bop taunting, stuff like that. And it's actually a really good thing to consider.
We had a 13 minutes 30-second wipe on this boss.
What was the percent?
I mean, it was like maybe like 10%, 20%, something like that on the last boss, but it was basically the whole raid was dead early. Which is why we didn't make the check.
Still going for like a minute and a half though.
Yeah, I mean the last
Yeah.
boss went from like I think it was like 80 or 70% or something like that when it enraged down to below with not having that many people alive as well.
Yeah, and it's just a lot easier because it makes it so that you can play the fight for a very long extra time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do like have kill rock up and he does a really early reave into the enrage as well, which is pretty annoying. So that one will just kind of insta kill you.
Yeah.
So that's why just doing Garrosh last is a lot better.
Yeah, I think thinking back now, I think we might have actually killed it last night if we had done that. On Forge.
Then the guild would have been alive.
Yeah, it would have been alive. Anything else you want to talk about on what about the Corvin on use thing? Like after you kill him, you loot the amber in case. What do you guys like to use that for?
I think Ken was picking it up, and he was using it on people that might have gotten eaten by the like mesmerized Kashang.
Okay.
Because I think there wasn't anything else to use it on that we were thinking about it. But it wasn't really a lot of use of it.
Just yeah, Ken says just mesmerize.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Feel good on that, Garrosh?
Yep.
All right. Let's talk Garrosh. If we can get there. So phase 1 Garrosh, what do you guys do with the desecrated weapons early on? Do you stack for first one, bait
No,
second, or
no, we used to have like our Super 7 group bait it at the
okay.
throne to start, and we kind of always just bait it away. The one thing I think we do different than other guilds is have our warlocks be the engineer killers in phase 1. Because they don't lose any boss damage to do it, kind of. And they also just gain kind of almost damage of doing it because they extend their dots with it as well. So it's instead of sending like our hunters or rogues, or I mean, we don't play a rogue, so hunters and whatever, we just have locks like gateway soul swap onto the engineer and kill it.
God, he's melting. Big damn. Did you have somebody kiting the seer into the Iron Star, or does it actually just auto run
No,
into it if you don't touch it?
Yeah, if no one touches it, it has an auto path where it just runs and touches the Iron Star. So
Okay.
you just want no one to really do damage to it, and it's gonna take the damage for itself.
Nice. Okay, we gotta
Yeah.
start doing that for sure.
You gotta be a little bit careful with proximity as well, because it will
Yeah.
proximity aggro on someone and then
Yeah.
go off course. How did you handle these ads? Did you try to funnel any vengeance, or
Not
just kind of
really.
keep them
If it happened, it happened. That was kind of it. Like I always lost vengeance because of the Iron Star exploding, so it was like a bit whatever. We even had to stop damage in phase 2 a lot of times because we were pushing a bit too quick. So the extra damage was actually just messing our timings up a lot more.
What would
So
cause you to for what
so
reason
there
would
were
you stop?
going into phase 2, just as he said, like 11% about. just getting an MC would mess our phase 3 damage up a lot. And the timing was really close, like all the time there. So that was the main reason, like, to not have to min-max our phase 2 damage. We also had some really incredible pulls on PTR where we beat a Desecrate that could happen. And that would just pretty much, if it came out, we would pretty much just wipe instantly going into that, because our P3 damage is really important with the way we kind of decided to play it.
Yeah, definitely interested to see that. For the intermission here, it looks like you, I think, just do the exact same thing I do. Actually, you just go far back left.
Yeah, I just go in roar and I get my thrash debuffs up on the middle pack, and then I just target down my ad that I'm kicking. We just do one stun on ours and then do single target kicks, and
Gotcha.
then it pretty much just dies.
Yeah, as a warrior, it's very nice. You can disrupting shout, shockwave, kind of just solo it until the rest of the raid can get there.
Yeah,
And then vengeance cheesing here, with the annihilate.
yeah.
Let the first one go through. Is that a conscious decision? Or?
It has to do with, like, sometimes I'm avoiding the last one, and I'd much rather avoid the first one than avoid the last one.
Okay,
So
okay.
my cooldowns, it depends on our energy a lot of times. I didn't really pay attention to it here, but if it's below a certain amount, you get the extra frontal. And if you then don't have a cooldown to soak the last one, the AoE just lowers the vengeance going into here more than usual. And I inspected Ken there to check if he was using Clemency or not, and I noticed he wasn't. So that was one of the reasons. Usually I take sack and I take a sack and Vigi and continue on to take the furthest last ones, but I didn't do that because I didn't know if he respect into Clemency.
Gotcha.
In phase 1, so this is a little tip for those that are progging and wants extra damage. When the ads that spawn, they have a fixate, and I think it's like 3 of them naturally prefer tank targets. I'm not sure what is going on there, but almost every single time, 3 of them always goes for a tank and 3 of them goes for a non-tank. Not sure if there's any science to that or if that's just how it works because of proximity when they run in. But when they get stunned, they refixate on a new target. And when they fixate, they prefer, but not guarantee, go on the target that's closest to them. So if you like grip on the tanks into a stun, it is more likely for them to refocus on the tanks. At least that's my understanding.
Yeah, something we did on PTR a lot was like we gripped them pretty much instantly, and you can knock a lot of the ads like so that they're just behind the tanks. And if the tank is closest, they're just gonna decide to like attack the tank, even though they might have not been like start fixated on the tank. It's just as long as you stand close to them and no one else is, they will decide to attack the tank. And I mean, it is a bit scary because it does make it that they're attacking you in the back, which made for some scary moments if you don't have any cooldowns there, and maybe not wanting to blow through cooldowns because of intermission coming up. So that's definitely a way to get them to just be on you.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do
but
just
we don't
attack.
mind some back shots.
Yeah.
They do just attack closest targets, so anybody can drop them off just by like
Yep.
running them through you as tank. I love your P2, by the way. This is great. Just stand still, 7 run out. We were
Yeah.
doing like kind of a circle around, like moving around. But I like this a lot.
I like our strat as a tank. We had the boss in the middle the entire way from beginning to end.
Oh, nice. You do
Yeah, we more
similar
played
thing here. You
for
just
I mean, in this one, since it's not the empowered world, we
mm,
just keep it always here. But coming out of second intermission, we start playing a bit more for the raid, where
mm.
we do the movement instead of the raid doing the movement. But in this phase, just standing AFK and the people that are your desecrate baiters should just be doing it.
Something that I was thinking about, and I didn't research it hard enough, is when the mind control goes out, and let's say you thrash them, right? They get the debuff from the thrash that persists after they get out of the mind control. But do they keep weekend blows when they get out as well?
They did it in
I
other versions, but like the Spirit Kings one, right?
Yeah,
They
I
Or am I
did
just
did.
check.
remembering that from PT or from P server?
I mean, I tried to avoid thrashing like most MCs. I just did swipe, but I didn't go in to check if they kept the debuff, but I did check that they did like keep the thrash.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of just guessing that they did, but I most of the time just avoided trying to do it at
Mm.
all.
Yeah. So I went in briefly because I just assumed that it did. And then I know that I accidentally used Hammer of Righteous one time. And I went back into the logs and I swore it showed them having the debuff for a very brief amount of time,
Hmm.
but then it disappeared. So I don't think it actually does persist on them, which is very nice quality of life.
That would be good. I was like intentionally not, thunderclapping for that reason when that
Yeah.
spawned.
It's a patch note
Yeah,
from OG that they were removed weekend blows, etc. when you come out of the MC. All right, that's cool. Very nice.
yeah, I mean that's pretty good, but for me overall, it was just more. I was more worried about them keeping the thrash debuff and
Yeah,
me having too high vengeance.
yeah,
And
indeed.
sometimes when I accidentally did it, and I saw someone's HP just continue ticking for like 30% all the time, I got a bit scared if they had
Yeah,
if we had like whirling corruption after and stuff like that.
for sure. Yeah, the keg smash, at least on Spirit Kings, could be scary. You could just kill people with that. I assume same here.
No, not really, because you can't really kill people with damage. It's more about the dot damage afterwards that's scary. There
Was
can
that just a
be
P server thing? The like being able to kill them in the MC if you did too much?
um there is you can have nasty overlaps um where you can kill them along with something else, but just
Mm,
as a mechanic itself, you can't overkill them though.
okay. I might just be remembering that from P server or misremembering. Here on the intermission, so we have a lot of trouble with like people taking more than one balding. Um, you guys just kind of stand still. It looks like just hang out and wait to grab one. Do you have
Yeah,
assigned
we
ones
just
or?
Our
Like
warlocks don't
general
take.
areas.
Yeah, not really assigned areas, more just who doesn't take. So our warlocks, since they're
Mm.
all playing Soul Link, they don't take.
Oh, okay.
And then everyone else, I don't know if someone else like tries to avoid it, but I mainly just know that the locks play without mainly, but everyone else just goes for it.
Yeah, we did tanks on the rogues. Didn't do any vengeance cheesing in the second one, personally.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks don't pick up and just don't vengeance choose.
That's what we did, but I know obviously
Yeah.
if you can vengeance cheese,
It is
if
pretty
you have the
nice.
cooldowns for it,
Yeah.
it's good.
It's not a bad move. I mean, just like wait to see if there's extra ones. If there is, grab one. And
Yep.
So let's see. Still phase 2. All right, where did we jump to? Sorry, the VOD's like it's like lagging for some reason. It's so hard to just go to specific spots. For coming out of the intermission 2 though, you push the phase, I assume, and then when he's in the middle, powering up, probably lust and burn as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, we start playing a bit different coming out of a second intermission than a lot of other people do. Is we walk to the specific spot, and the people that bait desecrate go and bait desecrate, and everyone comes in. We then do the mind controls, and after the mind controls, we grab the boss to a specific spot so that all the ranged and don't have to be running to a completely new spot for the whirling corruption, so that they're running in the correct spot to spawn the ads and so forth. And we just grab it into like around the corner here, and then they just do like a semicircle, and they end up here after they baited the desecrate.
Oh, okay. And the ads are all
And we
nice and grouped
do,
up for the brew.
yeah, and we pretty much just do the exact same thing for after the next set of mind controls.
Is it
Yeah,
never an issue for like being this far away from the brew? Is it never an issue, or
No, I mean, he should be rotating pretty much his diffuse for one of the whirlings and Sinmed for another one. So, and then he should have Fort Brew for one as well. And that's pretty much all the ones we play. So it's pretty easy for our brew, kind of like this is the second set of ad spawns that we have in the fight, and we only have one more that we actually play because we value our like our P3 damage is so incredibly high. And you'll kind of see here that we just bait the first desecrate, mind control comes up, and we move the boss again so that we can min-max a bit more damage. And then we play the only whirling that we play in P3.
so you get it before the third or the next world? Wait, are you supposed to get? Did we
This
get
is
more than one? Probably, right? Yeah, we got 2, I think. Holy.
big damn.
yeah, I mean, this was kind of the way we decided. We kind of decided we had enough damage to skip it. And I mean, we even skipped the desecrate on this race day because we had so much damage. Usually we didn't skip this Desecrate, usually push just around towards the end of it, like when he threw it out. But we just had extra damage today or on that day and
would have been
pushed it
totally
in there.
fine to one tank that though.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the stacks, it looked like you were swapping at 3 there, I think.
Yeah, it's just to reduce the
The AoE.
yeah, we play
Yeah.
8 stacks at the start because it doesn't
Mm.
really matter how many you take at the start because you don't have any debuffs yet. And then we just do 3 into 3, or it's pretty much 3. When it drops, you insta taunt off the other guy just to reduce the raid damage. It doesn't really. Most of it was just done around keeping the raid healthy at the time, because sometimes we could have some stuff happen and some like people almost died to explosion.
So when do you start channeling your Hearthstone?
That would be hard to get off. It would be a really long cast
Just
time.
gotta get bopped.
Yeah. So what was the Hearthstone tech I kept hearing about?
No, it's fully a meme. It is not a like tech. So it all started when we were after like a raid day because we played to 23. We usually just go in and listen to streams, and then we were hearing you guys talk about dagger stuff, and ever since that point, it just became kind of a meme. Because we were hoping, like before, we were hoping a tiny bit that you guys would have went in and used dagger, because it would have been kind of funny to see. But then the extended PTR happened, and we saw you guys got to test it out. And then someone in our guild started a meme about Hearthstone.
Wait, so is the dagger not working? I'm behind on this.
No, it does not
No,
work.
Oh,
it doesn't.
okay. Good to know.
The worst part is the meme kind of worked because our officers started talking about Hearthstoning and changing strats mid progress. I'm like, fuck, man.
You guys just do 1 Iron Star, I think you said before, in the boss?
Yeah, so our point here was like after second bombardment and the malice, if everyone is alive, we don't spawn the Iron Star here, because then we have enough DPS to beat the next manifest no matter what. As long as it was full out, like if no one is dead through the entire phase, then yeah, we're not spawning it. There's no reason to.
Gotcha.
But we would have had to if a lot of people were dead at this point.
And just doing the standard little triangle move and then coming down the bottom at the end. Damn. Huge damage. Anything else you want to mention on Garrosh before we go?
Probably don't play the malice that we did. It's way too much of a risk factor. It just fully makes it that if the wrong person gets it, you can just wipe the raid and you're 12 minutes in deep on a puddle, and that's not very fun.
Yeah, for sure. All right. I think we're good there. 5 hours. Good enough.
Yeah, I feel like there's some Garrosh stuff for sure. So did you guys just stack up the debuff on 1 tank and then taunt for vengeance? in P2 and 3? Or P2 and
Mainly we
2.5?
did, yeah, kind of. I main tank most of the time. We did screw up a lot of taunting on it though, with making him taunt immune, but
Yeah.
most of the time the way we did it was just kind of going out of an intermission. Ken started and he pressed the salvation on me to make it so that I don't over aggro with the vengeance from soaking the things. And then T-Devs taunted, and then I taunted when my vengeance ran out. And then they let the taunt DR run out, and then pretty much you want one of the tanks to taunt, and pretty much 2 seconds after that tank has taunted, you want the next tank to taunt, and then you want to taunt off him. So you just do like a loop all the time of just doing a triple taunt rotation. And when they get about 300k vengeance or something like that, that's when you usually just taunt it back. And because getting past that point was mainly like you left it too long on the other people, and leaving it on the Brewmaster that is TOT geared was very scary sometimes if he didn't dodge attacks. He could just fall over randomly. So tried to leave
the
it
brew
off
way.
him as much as possible, but still wanted vengeance on him.
Yeah, the way that we dealt with it was like we would taunt immune with just one other person taunting the boss. So sometimes the brew would taunt and the boss would go taunt immune, and then likely deaths would ensue. But the way that we did it was mostly with me just taking all the stacks, and then whenever the brew taunted for vengeance, I would taunt back before the brew would get a stack of the debuff, so that he would snapshot the vengeance without getting a stack to recalculate the vengeance all the time.
Yeah.
And the warrior would just intervene for vengeance and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably something we would have done if we played warrior, but it felt like it was too big of a thing to like keep vengeance on all, so it was like you're sticking with the taunt rotation kind of that was happening for us. And I mean, we screwed it up a lot here on like during the race, but it wasn't happening too often during the PTR. But just kind of why I think also we tried to min-max most of our damage all the time as much as possible. So just facing at the correct timers is always like so nice.
Yeah. And I guess from now on, no more 3-tank shenanigans.
Probably not. Like it'll probably be more 2-tanking, since like you'll probably just do a 8 explosion into like a 8 explosion, or like even less than 8. Like I think it would have been a 6 explosion or something like that on this kill. And with another week of gear, that's gonna go down a lot.
Exactly.
Definitely.
And then, if you don't have to worry about the second whirl, then the explosion by itself, if you can commit cooldowns to it, is not that bad. The second one.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
No, I mean, I think like I haven't really seen this movement before, but it looks nice. I think people maybe overthink movement too much. I was watching some midwinter kills before, and they were overcooking their movement an insane amount.
It's we have very similar movement to what Midwind they did as well.
Yeah. It's just like they like left up a decapitate and then like went in between a decapitate and the wall and looped around. I was like, what the fuck is happening right now?
Gotta keep the boss guessing.
Yeah.
I do think I saw someone ask pretty good question. They wanted to know how many wipes we had on PTR. And mainly Klaxxi Garrosh. And I don't know, would you add week 1 Garrosh pulls?
For sure.
Most of the Garrosh pulls like week 1 got kind of ruined because of second intermission. But in total, I think
you can discount the pulls, after you reached second intermission, regularly.
Yeah, I guess. But if I have it correctly here, like it's 87 for Garrosh. And it's 1327. It's 48 for Klaxxi.
Damn.
Bam.
That's
48 is
really good.
So I think we did smurf very hard on Klaxxi, and we played really well there, but we did troll a lot in phase 4 Garrosh because of the way we played Malice. We had a lot of people fuck up like the moment you gotta walk to the correct group and so forth, because we relied everything on kind of individual thing, playing Malice the way Method played it. And it did add a bunch of extra Garrosh wipes.
Yeah, we really didn't figure out Malice until the very last day that we played PTR, and we get like 3 pulls that evening, and then we kill it, and like, oh, I see. It wasn't too bad after all. We just needed to crack the code.
That's it. All right. Anything else? Or I mean, we could go for 6 hours.
I feel like it's not late enough. Yeah. I'm definitely not falling asleep in my chair here. So
thank you, Swedes, for staying up late for this.
Especially
definitely
on
good
our
talk.
national day.
Yeah.
Is it your national day too?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it was yesterday or it is this morning?
It was yesterday.
Okay.
Du gamla, du fria.
Yes. That.
Yep.
Yep. All right, let's send it off then. Rihanna, you got anything you want to plug?
Plug, not necessarily. I mean, I'm streaming right now, so if you're on SubtleStream, you can click the little, shared stream type button, come over and follow. I stream daily. And upload every once in a while on YouTube. I think it's high time to upload something on YouTube soon, especially with SOO coming out now. That's Rihanna TV. No, Rihanna TV on Twitch, Rihanna WoW on YouTube.
Very nice.
And I think join the Discord as well. If you're all in there, that's basically where I release all of my biz lists, and I'm doing a big write up on all the things, all the tips that I learned from SOOs. Anything that might help tanks with progression will be posted there in hopefully just a few days, and so that's usually appreciated.
Very nice. Midori, thank you for coming on. Grats again on the world first.
Yeah,
Any
thanks.
shout outs or anything you want to do?
Uh, no, I mean, Midori1_ on Twitch. That's about it. I don't really upload to YouTube except if there's people that specifically want stuff, but mostly you'll see like probably retail progress. Like now that MoP is on there, like I play fairly high up on retail, so that's probably the main thing. Unless like I get very excited for Classic Plus or whatever when it comes out. That's pretty much it.
Cool. Yeah, excited to see what Classic Plus is gonna be. Hopefully, it'll be good. Hopefully, it'll be something we like. But who knows when that'll be? Could be later this year. Could be a year from now.
Yep.
But yeah, thank you though for coming on, Midori, Riani. It has been a pleasure as always. I'm wiped out. I'm sure you guys are even more wiped out after 5-hour podcast, but
What do
that was
you have to plug?
fantastic.
What do
Oh,
you have to
thank you.
plug, Subtle?
Yeah, SubtleFW on Twitch, on YouTube also. Making TBC anniversary prop pally stuff, stream my raids, stuff like that. I don't know what's going on with my MoP guild. Maybe we're raiding again, maybe we're not. I don't know. So there might be more MoP happening, but mostly you're gonna be doing TBC anniversary now, I guess. And I actually might do a sod thing, like a sod fresh thing, because I didn't really play it. I heard it got fun at the end, and heard prop bag was fun. So I might try like a sod fresh thing. Probably gonna be looking for community people to join that. If anybody's interested, let me know. Get something going, and just have a little fun with that in the interim between TBC anniversary phases and Siege of Org and Classic Plus and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for the questions and everything. Thank you, Riani and Midori, for joining. And we'll see you guys next time.